It's Ryan Hall, y'all. There'll be a flake or two, and quick let loose the overreaction crew. The Piggly Wiggly echoes the storm as bread and milk fly off in a chaotic swarm. Panicking voices, a shopping cart race, gassing up a Dollar General in a frantic pace. Snow, snow in the south, throw a slush ball smack in my mouth. Off the road, fool, you can't drive on ice. Just sit your butt at home, let the kids play nice. It's a southern tradition, chaos and glee. It may only happen once for you and me. Out in the streets, you take your life in your hands. Cars drifting like clouds, no knowing where they'll land. Four-wheel drive stuck behind Mrs. Mamie's frosty caution. In one big comedic ballet of southern commotion. The slush of snow, the crunch of the ditch. Is it fun or is it foolish? We can't tell which. Snow, snow in the south. Throw a slush ball smack in my mouth. Off the road, fool, you can't drive on ice. Just sit your butt at home, let the kids play nice. It's a southern tradition, chaos and glee. It may only happen once for you and me. Pixel lawn chairs and tables in snowy skies, plastered all over Facebook, no one asks why. Every phone out making a flurry of clicks, capturing white landscapes for their meltdown of sticks. Something is magic in these fleeting sights, turning backyards into winter delights. Snow, snow in the south, throw a slush ball smack in my mouth. Off the road, fool, you can't drive on ice. Just sit your butt at home, let the kids play nice. It's a southern tradition, chaos and glee. It may only happen once for you and me. The only sane ones are these children of mine, making angels and sledding for the very first time. Their joy fills the air and won't melt like the snow. These moments they'll treasure up as they grow, a lasting time of innocent play to pass on to their own kids someday. Snow, snow on the ground, in this magic world new joy we found. Sledding on the hill feet as cold as ice, throwing by the fire now sure felt nice. Running in white woods all wild and free. It may only happen once here for you and me. As night falls, we'll tuck them in beds, hot chocolate and snowmen fresh in their heads. The snow may be gone in morning's first light, but the stories will grow as they remember delight.
Hello, y'all. How are you doing? Let's see who else here. Cheryl, Mary. I know what you mean, Mary. I don't have the snow, thank goodness. See if I can go up. What life? Jen, good to see you. San Diego. I think I saw Navy Bat. Yep. It's good to see y'all. Hope y'all are safe. Checking in. Make sure everybody's safe. I've seen some crazy pictures. Luckily this time we didn't get any of it. It's been sunny, of course 22 degrees, but my son posted this little, I don't know if it was a squirrel, chipmunk, something, saying, I'm sick of this chick. Over and over. All the iguanas are falling in Florida, probably. So I put the link if anyone wants to come up and tell their story. I'll put it again just in case it didn't. You know, Navy Bat, I just saw a video where people have figured out this is too funny, how to unredact the redacted files. And they're up there going crazy because people have figured this out. You can put it over to a PDF and the black disappears. And some of them are saying that's what you get for firing federal employees. And yep, it shows it all. Oh God, that is so sick. So sick. It's unreal. The sickness up there. It's well, that's true. Maybe that I'm not doing it. I didn't do it. But I'm seeing a lot of people doing it. I don't know how they would know who did it. I mean, it's nationwide. It's spreading like crazy. Like, kind of funny. Some little girl somewhere, she just copied and pasted it, and boom, there it was. She was like, uh-oh, no way. You're just saving what they put out. Nobody knew it would do that. Well, they know now. Absolutely crazy times we're in. No, today's Sunday. Never mind. I was going to ask if school was open here. All right. Everybody's got to tell me how many feet of snow you got. Or inches. Whatever it was. Jerry, good to see you. How are you doing? I'm hoping, because I looked at the future weather, that this is the last craziness through March 1st, anyway. So hopefully it stays that way. I know I don't want any more ice. I went to Home Depot and I bought this thick black rug that there's no way it's going to blow off the deck. But I also know that ice just builds up on top of it. I was going to get the sticky for all the way down the ramp. I'll be so glad when he gets the steps built. I guess he's waiting for warmer weather too. Maybe that I have an article to read about that actually. Yeah. Let me see if I can find that article. It's I don't know who she is. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. It's just she kind of lays it out there. Not that. Me. Good me. Ground zero. There it is. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't like those single digits at all. Okay, this is the headline for this article. Excuse me. I know my voice is a little off. It's the cold. Smoking in the cold. Hey, Gma, good to see you. Okay, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink warns capitalism is breaking down, and critics say he finally said the quiet part. So y'all know they had the Davos thing, so this pertains to that. Economist Lena Petrova. I hope my clothes dry and aren't too loud. What do you mean bullshit? Hey Josh, good to see you. I haven't even read it yet. Economist Lena Petrova, speaking on her World Affairs in Context channel, said most people were watching for Donald Trump's speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos, but she argued the more revealing moment had already happened before that even took center stage. Prepper 101, good to see you. Petrova zeroed in on comments from Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, who she described as leading the largest asset manager on the planet. And she said his message sounded less like a routine market talk and more like a blunt admission about the health of the system itself. According to Petrova, Fink openly acknowledged that the capitalist model Davos represents is dealing with a crisis of legitimacy, and she emphasized that one word, legitimacy, is doing a lot of heavy lifting because it points to a trust problem, not a short-term downturn. Petrova's tone wasn't celebratory, though, and she warned viewers not to confuse an elite admission with a sudden change of heart, because in her view, admitting the obvious can be part of how powerful institutions protect themselves when the public mood turns sour. In other words, she framed this as the system's top figures finally talking out loud about what regular people have been saying for years, but doing it in a way that still keeps the steering wheel in elite hands. Petrova quoted Fink describing Davos as an elite gathering that tries to shape a world that belongs to everyone, and she highlighted his point that many of the people most affected by these discussions will never set foot in that room. Fink, as Petrova presented it, argued that the forum can only earn the legitimacy to shape ideas if it listens to voices it has historically ignored, which sounds humble on the surface, but Petrova treated it as a strategic move rather than a moral turning point. She argued that legitimacy matters more than forecasts because it addresses whether people accept the rules at all, not whether next quarter will be strong or weak. And she said Fink wasn't talking about a cyclical slump so much as a deeper problem of belief. In Petrova's telling, this is the real fracture. People don't trust the story that has justified modern capitalism for decades. And that story used to be simple. Growth will eventually lift everyone, so even those who feel behind should stay patient. Petrova said that that argument no longer works because many people look around, work hard, and still feel like economic success is something they read about instead of something they actually experience, which is why she thinks the persuasion power of big economic statistics is fading. That part rang true to me because when everyday life feels unstable, rent, food, healthcare, job security, charts about rising markets can feel like news from a different planet, and nobody wants to be told they're doing great while their bank account says otherwise. Trova said Fink pointed to artificial intelligence as the decisive stress test for the legitimacy of the system, and she treated that as the most important forward looking claim in the whole speech. She explained it in a blunt comparison. If AI does to white collar jobs what globalization did to blue collar labor, then society won't be able to dodge the consequences because job disruption won't be limited to one segment of workers who can be ignored or blamed. Trova noted that Fink didn't frame it as a distant hypothetical, but as something approaching fast, and she suggested that timing matters because elites may be preparing their defenses early before the backlash becomes impossible to manage. She also said Fink pushed Davos to stop lecturing and start listening, and she acknowledged that it sounds great, but she viewed it as a hook meant to bring public trust back into the system, not a promise to change who benefits from the system. That's the part that feels both realistic and unsettling. The message isn't, we were wrong, it's, we've noticed you've stopped believing us. And Petrova argued those are two very different statements. If legitimacy really is the issue, then shiny PR won't fix it for long because legitimacy is earned through outcomes people can feel, not through speeches people are told to admire. Petrova pointed to what she called the most telling admission. Fink's claim that since the fall of the Berlin Wall, more wealth has been created than in all previous human history, and that most of it went to the people who attend Davos. She didn't present that as a confession born from guilt, and she was explicit about it. She said Fink didn't discover empathy, didn't have a moral awakening, and didn't suddenly become a champion of fairness. Instead, Petrova framed it as an elite recognizing that public consent has weakened, and that without consent, the authority of a global financial and managerial class is no longer accepted as self-evident, which makes the system shakier than it looks for a stock chart. And it goes on and on and on, and I'm done reading. Cheryl, where'd that come from? Yes, it is. Is it called the snow moon? All right. I know I missed a lot. I'm going to hide. Okay. Yep. Hey, what?
Evening, everybody.
How are you doing?
I've officially marked myself safe from Snowpocalypse 2026.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. I
How
know
much?
what's today, Sunday? I think
Hmm.
Friday evening about 8 o'clock when I checked the weather, they said that could expect snow flurries about 6 a.m. or 7 o'clock Saturday morning. I woke up, I didn't see no snow flurries. I said, well, heck, it's a bust again. So I checked the radar and it said some type of global inflection pole shift happened and that the storm was getting pushed back to 11. And man, it was almost like clockwork. As soon as 11 o'clock hit, it started flurrying and it didn't stop flurrying until about, heck, I don't know, sometime after it got dark last night. I think there was still flurries coming down about 11.
Oh my goodness. He'd be charming.
And I
I
think
mean,
I know here on my property. I mean, it was probably 5 to 6 inches at least.
yeah. Yeah. I think North Carolina got quite a bit more. Well,
Oh yeah,
we can say that you talked to Bear, right?
yeah. I talked to Bear Truth or Jeff. I spoke with him earlier today, and he said that him and his family were safe. They didn't have any power outages or anything like that. But he said he probably got close to a foot of snow, and some people from the community that live in North Carolina closer to the coast, they had a foot plus of snow.
Dang.
And
Closer to the coast.
of course, like any times, whatever, the further you went up, the more they got. But yeah, I know at one point yesterday, the entire state of South Carolina was getting ice and snow. It covered the whole state.
Yep.
I
And
mean, it was snowing all the way from Jacksonville, Florida, all the way up to past Virginia Beach, Virginia.
that is crazy. I talked to my stepmother today, and she didn't get any snow or ice. And she's like
Like in
Panama,
the Panhandle.
yeah, Panama
Yeah,
City
I think it
around.
just did stay north of them. But yeah, it was definitely more snow than I thought, and I kind of figured something would probably happen because the forecast never changed any this week. Like last week, they projected we were supposed to get some, but the forecast kept changing. And places north of Atlanta got snow and ice last weekend, but last weekend we only got a bunch of rain. Um, but yeah, this is the most snow I've seen at one time in my 37 years of living here on Georgia. But
Goodness.
didn't lose power. None of my immediate friends or family that I was in communication with, none of them lost power. So that was good.
That is good. Yeah. I haven't heard any power outages, but there could be some.
I went out and about today exploring and taking a few videos and getting a few pictures of snow on the ground in the area. And I stopped to get some gas. And there was this guy in line behind me, and he kind of looked like he was dressed like he might have been a lineman. So I made a couple little jokes and comments to kind of fill him out and see if he was a lineman. And he said, yeah, he was like, pretty much he was a member of like the disaster relief team. Like, it's different states, different parts of the country. They have linemen that are like, they're above and beyond. Anytime a disaster or some type of natural thing happens, they kind of go in and help clean up the area, restore power. Kind of like what happened after Helena, except that they were headed out of here in Augusta and headed towards Atlanta and North Georgia because he said Atlanta was in pretty bad shape, and North Georgia, there was some spots they had to go clean out. But they were waiting to see what the storm did here locally to decide whether they had to stay here or they had to ship out somewhere else.
You see what George said? Need me
Oh
to
no, I don't know. That's the type of stuff that'll get you unfriended.
How
No
much
more.
yet? The human?
Man, yeah, I can't. No, that's enough. We got more in the last 24 hours than I've seen my whole life here on Georgia.
Be charming. So they got notified to use power sparingly tomorrow morning between 5 and 7.
Yeah, they could be having some type of rolling outages, or may be repairing certain things, and it could be a strain on the grid downway.
Right.
Um,
No shovel included.
oh shoot! If it ain't you might as well just keep it. If it don't come with a shovel, you might as well keep it. No, it's man.
Well, who's awake between 5 and 7 a.m.? Well, I guess if somebody's. So you think you're going to be able to go to work tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, more than likely we'll go in. It'll just be a late start. I know some of the local places, some of the local departments and stuff. I think they're going to close tomorrow, and they're going to be open, but they're kind of like going to divert resources and see if there's anything needs to be cleaned up, or anything like that. I don't think they're doing trash pickup tomorrow. I don't know if local schools is going tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure some things will be back to normal.
So it's not like Texas. We just closed down completely.
Oh, I imagine there is going to be some solar flare activity. I think the full moon, I can't remember if the full moon is tonight or it's tomorrow night, but I know this evening when I was coming back home from my adventures, I saw the moon and it looked as big and as full as bright as it could possibly be. It was beautiful. I took a few pictures of it.
Hey, Black Watch.
Yeah.
I can share one if you want.
Yeah, you can share it. And then I was it's been an ongoing thing, and then while we're shoveling snow, I don't know if you saw down in South America near Chile and Argentina, they had those big wildfires down there in the Patagonia region.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. That's been a pretty interesting story. I said, man, we're sitting here battling ice storms, and they're down there battling
fires. Yeah, crazy. Let's see if I can.
That's a whole another rabbit hole in itself with that situation.
Yep.
Maybe that's why they had all those series of sinkholes. Everything was sinkholing and falling down. Maybe all the rabbit holes we've dug over the years, It's the hollow earth theory. We created it. We wanted hollow earth and we got it.
What's QFS?
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Yeah, there was a lot of news about Texas that I saved. A lot of things going on, laws going into effect. Senate, something about a Senate seat.
Oh, yeah, if there's a seat coming up for grabs, you'll definitely hear about that between now and November.
Yeah.
It's the year of the musical chairs in politics. Yeah, I hadn't even tried to look up no local news and no Georgia news this weekend. Everything's been snowpocalypse.
Well, they kind of pop it up there at me, and so I have to see it.
Now, next week, last week y'all had the snow, and then this week we got it. So the next week I'll start getting some news. It's like we're a week behind. We're in the future as far as time, but we're still a week behind. It's weird.
Outdoor gear goes up. Quantum financial system. That's what that QFS is.
Oh yeah, it's got to go. Everything's quantum. Everything's to the extreme in quantum.
There was
Super fast and super now.
There was another article I read about gold and silver, or it may have been at the end of that everybody was stockpiling gold and silver, thinking that that was the way that we were going to go because the dollar was going to crash. And they said, actually, that's not what's going to happen. And that's why there was a sudden drop in, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but a sudden drop in the price of silver and gold. It sounded pretty positive that we're going to keep the cash for now.
Yeah, I know. Over time, just tracking like the gold and silver standards and how they come up with the ratio. There's a ratio. I forget the exact number, but there's a gold silver standard ratio that it keeps the prices fixated based on a ratio. I don't know. Like it's not exactly 15 to 1, but let's just say like a 15 to 1. Like gold is 15 times whatever it is silver. I forget the exact number. But yeah, many times we've seen manipulation and influx, during certain events, during certain headlines. But just since last year at this time, um, just how much has changed. Gold has pretty much doubled. This time last year, what silver was sitting around $30 something an ounce. Now we're looking at over $100 an ounce.
Yes. Well, it's
this is
dropped
the
down
picture
to.
I took tonight. That's the full moon right there. And that whole picture is the full moon. It's behind a set of trees.
Isn't that cool looking?
But yeah, definitely anybody that would have had some, no matter how long they've had it, they could have had it if they just got it a year ago. If they just bought gold and silver a year ago, they've seen a return on it already.
Yeah.
I know some people may be tempted, maybe sell off some pieces since it's up so high, but I definitely wouldn't sell the house, sell everything just because it's at the price it's at now. It could go up even higher, or it could shoot down some. Either way.
That's an awesome picture. Thanks for sharing. So Navy said,
oh yeah, you talk about trillions of dollars with something like that for sure.
Yes.
Any type of major banking cartel.
Hello, Black Watch.
Evening, sir.
I heard there was a big exodus of gold from the United States because this has left your reserves, literally. I don't know. I can't find something that, completely keeps that to be true, but that's the rumors.
Hey, Carl.
I still think a lot of room for pump and dump, if you've ever heard that expression in the markets.
Yes.
Yeah.
They pump and then dump it. That's like one time when there was a real big loss. Warren Buffett all of a sudden sold a lot of stuff the day before, and he doesn't sell. He stays in, and he made a load of money.
Well, and they what? Quit looking at chat. I lost it. Never mind.
We're talking about the manipulation of the system.
That's a thing to pump and dump.
But yeah, something like that, you can see that a lot. Sometimes it'll have more of an effect at certain times than others. But it's one of the side effects. You're always going to have some type of scheme or manipulation in a system like that. And even at the smallest percentage, you talk about like $1 trillion system. I mean, even at the smallest percentage, you're still talking about a lot of cash.
Yeah.
You know, even in your 1%.
For sure. Be surprised, like we have the Canadian pension plan, which you have the 401ks, where actually it's the money going in there. A lot of the big investments, it's not within your own country necessarily. Carney's brought it back. He kind of said these funds have to invest in Canada to a certain percentage, you know.
Well, so if they close down the smelter, is that what it's called? Smelter. Then that means that they're not printing any more silver or gold, right? Like,
well, you have certain places like smelters or like refineries and stuff like that where they get them in. They get shipments in like, I mean, ain't no telling how much they get in at a time. And then different brokers and different stuff, they buy it out from them, you know. They buy it raw and then they'll probably send it to somebody and they'll stamp out the coinage or whatever their mark is, you know. X amount for jewelry sales and stuff like that, you know, jewelry makers, people like us that buy it.
Donald found out the hard way. He said, Switzerland, you're going to pay 39% tariff. Till he found out they refine 70 to 90% of the world's gold and distribute it. Hard fact, isn't it? When you think about it. I don't know why they do, but they do.
huge crash in what tomorrow? Maybe that. Both. I mean, it was like a 30% drop today. Or I think it was today or yesterday.
It's like one of the famous quotes by J.P. Morgan. He said, "Gold is money. Everything else is just credit."
Yeah.
That was the guy, one of the big wigs behind the banking systems and stuff back then, you know, J.P. Morgan, back during that whole industrial revolution.
2008 all over again. Yes, I've seen where they're trying to keep it from doing that.
Well, you look at the numbers, manufacturing's off about 10%. What he's saying being built isn't being built. In manufacturing, that's off by 10% as a market value. Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't sell or buy, just kind of waiting to see if it drops more.
I know Amazon's still expanding. I know, like most areas, they announced that here in the area, over on like the industrial side of town, that they were buying a piece of property and going to be building a new distribution, like a distribution warehouse, you know, get a bunch of stuff in and ship it out from there.
I know they said Amazon was laying off 14,000, and the consensus is its upper management needs a shuffling, not the employees.
Yeah, I think that some of positions, there's people that's like, it's been with them for a while. You figure you're getting into the new year. Some of those were seasonal. You know, you had that Christmas and holiday surge worker that they hired on. So, I mean, I think no matter whether people think the economy is doing good or it's doing bad at any type of yearly cycle, you're going to see some people laid off. And every so much, you're going to see some people, it looks like they manipulate it like a laid off number, but it may be, you know, like you said, just somebody from a higher position stepping down, somebody else leveling up, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, they always have a hiring spree before Christmas, and then, hey, John, good to see you.
But yeah,
Not good, you know.
and I don't think nothing's in stone yet. They haven't broken ground on anything. I think this is just still the talks, but it may be official. You know, who knows?
Yeah,
Wouldn't be surprised if that one's AI run for them. They're not going to hire that many people. Just my thought on it. Sooner or later, they're going to test AI big time.
thank you, Nivivet, for that link.
Well, they've got one similar. I don't know if it's going to be the same layout, but they've got one county over, and it was modeled as this big, you know, so many jobs, so many this and that. And when it started out, when it opened like a couple years ago, it started out as that. But then, as people began to learn the system and became getting integrated with the system, a lot of jobs got fizzled out, and they just absorbed the people that absorbed it the best, you know, that knew how to handle those situations, and it just kind of broke down from them. And every now and then, one of them will leave or go on to something, and somebody else will kind of fill in, but they've already established like that basic core. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, Anthony, good to see you. It was kind of weird. I've been trying to get fleece lined pants. Well, we don't have them in the stores around here, so I had to order them. And a FedEx truck delivered it. I was kind of surprised to see that.
What do you normally see out in your region, like UPS?
It's Amazon trucks.
Oh, Amazon.
But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we got them all around here.
Well, anything I invest in is for the grandkids, not me.
Oh yeah.
I mean, maybe a little, but the majority is for them. Because if the Metroplex, whatever it's called, if that's happening and it sucks us in, I'm looking west, northwest of here. It's
How close would you be in your current location to the direct impact of something like that happening? Or how long would it take you to get there? You know, I guess if that happens, it wouldn't be just a matter of time. It would slowly grow out like Atlanta. You know, like Atlanta as a city was once a lot smaller, but now it incorporates several counties. You know.
yes, and so that's what happens. Is first you start seeing all these subdivisions, these ranchers selling out
Suburbs.
Either the kids or grandkids decided to sell the ranch, and then of course the developer's going to snatch it up and divide it up, and there's a new subdivision. And so that could happen, I would say, within the next 5 years for sure. And once you do that, once they put in all these subdivisions, then they're like, oh, they got to have stores closer to them. And so they start building.
The convenience factor of having all that type of stuff goes around it.
Yes.
Your burger joints, your Starbucks, your Family Dollars, your Walmarts, whatever it may be.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you build those nice new subdivisions and stuff. Yeah, you got to have an infrastructure around it, you know. It doesn't do no good to build it out in the middle of nowhere and they still got to travel way across, you know, wherever to get to something, you know.
Hey, Rich Renner, good to see you.
To me, that's a time to keep aware of your local council. I understand they just bought 100 acres. Are you going to rezone it? What's your plan? Because they're getting bought off. I don't care what, up here as well.
So the pro to that would be, you can sell for a good bit of money.
Yeah, it could be a good seller's market if you were in that type of venue to entertain, for sure.
Right.
If it came to that.
And then look for cheaper somewhere else and more property to build on.
I know some of the older generation, and I know in my area, some of the family members or friends of family, I know they kind of saw stuff like this coming, I guess, in a way. I know one example is one of my good friends, his mom, when she bought where she lives at, she originally bought her property, and then down the road, they started expanding. And so she went ahead and she bought the properties on either side of her and the one behind her. So she's just, she's got her whole little zone right there that's still forested up, and they done like developed all around her.
And we'll see. But then with that comes the traffic. And so that's where I'm like, if the traffic gets any worse, that's my biggest concern, because my kids don't know how to drive the speed limit. I don't know. Well, I see a lot of people that way in Texas.
It's in the country, you know what I mean? You kind of just do your own thing. Know how it is. I drive a lot different in the country than I do in the city, for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Get out on the road and you think, freedom.
Yeah.
But even like we're far enough out. Well, they did just put a traffic light, but
that's the start of it. That's the start of it, Bonnie.
I know. And so the closer you get to San Antonio, the more lights there is, more traffic lights. And that's when I started like, man, they're pulling it out here. And then Austin, that's what they're trying to do there. Also, just west of Austin is a place called Dripping Springs. Y'all may have heard of it. That's where they had the truckers. Was it truckers?
It's weird you said Dripping Springs, because I was just thinking about the water in my mind. But yeah, the truckers, when the truckers came through on their convoy.
It was some kind of convoy, the one Ted Nugent went
to. I heard about Dripping Springs before, yeah.
Yeah. And so what they're trying to do is build I guess it's like a overpass from Austin to Dripping Springs. And the people of Dripping Springs are just furious because they thought they were getting country living, and it's gonna really make
the name Dripping Springs. There must be some wells or a good water source for that name.
Yes, in that area is where all the springs are, like Barton Springs.
Oh yeah, that's going to be your next hot zones. Anything around certain or water access like that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, look near all your major rivers and waterways and stuff in Texas. That's going to be, people are like, oh, it's just a small town in the middle of nowhere, but it's got a major river that runs through it. That's why.
Yeah.
Or a major water source. Doesn't always have to be a major river.
Well, that's why I'm really looking, not just jumping into anything, because I want to know future plans. In any city that you look at, any town, whatever, you can go to their website and it'll show their at least 5-year future plan. Yes. Of what they want for that area. So anybody relocating, make sure you check that. No matter how far out in the country it is, because it could be a data center thrown up next door to you. It could be anything.
Yeah.
No,
Choose one.
allegedly they got this new one going up in one county. No, it's 2 counties over from me. It's going up allegedly, and allegedly they've got it worked out, and they've got all the everything on paper, but it's supposed to operate under a certain decibel reading. Because originally it was supposed to be one of those ones that's kind of like got a constant loud noise to it or hum to it. But allegedly they got it worked down where they're going to have some type of dampers on the system, and it'll only be putting out so many decibels. Whatever the legal limit is on that, I don't know.
It can't be good for you.
But yeah, I'm not as knowledgeable on that type of thing. I forget what the legal or whatever limit on the decimals is of sound that they put out. I have to look into that.
Yeah.
Well, the human voice is rated at 80 decibels.
I want to say they had it rated at less than that. I want to say they agreed on 70, but I could be wrong. If I can find the link, I'll post it.
See, maybe that I just don't know about that.
What's that?
I'd rather have control of it and do it myself than
The accounts for the kids.
yes.
I need to look into that just to kind of be knowledgeable about the subject. But I mean, I don't have kids, so I mean, I guess it ain't something I would first look into. But yeah, definitely something to track.
I haven't looked at it either, but
They should have like I don't know if they by now, but I don't know how long that service, if it's fully operable, if it's up and running, if you wanted to sign your children up for it, they should have some type of way, I guess maybe next quarter, they could have a number of however many people signed up for the program,
mm-hmm.
Then I need to look into it because I don't really know, I guess it's like a savings account. I don't know if they match so much money or, if I put in 1,000, they would match 1,000. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I don't know exactly either. I think you put a link to the whole thing earlier.
What, that Mellon account, Mellon Family Child account there? Is that what you're talking about, $1,000 per newborn child and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine there's a date, your child has to be born on this date or after or before. I don't know. I don't know when it starts.
South Park.
Yeah, at some point in our timeline, we switched from, what was it? The Simpsons predictions to now it's just the South Park. South Park's back. I said, well, I don't know much about South Park, but it's cold in the South right now.
Yeah.
Huh? I was looking at the temperatures yesterday, and it was like Boston. I looked up Boston, New York, like all the major cities up north, and we were just like, at one point, we were just like a couple degrees colder than them. I said, man, this ain't even right.
I know. It's like they're throwing the ice age down in the South.
It was almost like an ice hurricane in a way. It wasn't as severe, but man, the wind. And then at one point, I mean, the snow was just coming down in swirls. I'm thinking, man, this is brutal out here. And it's colder than this somewhere else in America, but for it to be like that in the South or like that, it's very rare.
Yeah, a lot of them are having negative temperatures up north.
Yeah.
I thought you heard Antarctica plans to take you over. That's what I saw.
I don't know where I can go if that's the case.
Yes.
We'll have to go to Greenland.
Yep.
It's covered in ice. No.
They got bunkers there. They've got heated, secured properly airly vented bunkers, allegedly. If you get a chance, watch that movie that came out a couple of years ago called Greenland. That's a pretty interesting movie. I finally sat down and watched it the other night.
Hey, Al, good to see you. Little Cole builds character.
Oh, it's building something.
Did you hear what I think it's the Prime Minister of Greenland said he was going to do? Put a bill forward. You've heard Icelandic speaking the native language. He's going to change the official name of Greenland to, and I can't pronounce it. He figured he can't, you know where he's going with that.
Wow.
You know, like if you can't pronounce it, you won't have it, you know? He's going to, that's a good idea, really, when you think about it. But,
Yeah, I kind of caught on to that too, Navy Vet. I haven't seen part 2 yet. I know part 2 just came out, I think, recently. But yeah, part 2 was real good, in my opinion, you know. But yeah, usually in the sequels or the part 2s, the first one, the hype is so much to build on, it's hard to recapture that. And it was weird because in that movie, the guy, I guess they wanted him because he was like an architect. They didn't really tell exactly why, but maybe he was, I don't know, he built skyscrapers. So I'm guessing they were going to use him to like rebuild things. But I think it was like his son's birthday or something. So, you know, it's him, his wife, his son, local family friends from the neighborhood there. And all of a sudden, you know, like an emergency alert on your TV, like we always hear on our TVs and our phones start going off. But the one on his living room said, so-and-so, and your family, please report to so-and-so. You have been chosen for the disaster relocation program. Come to so-and-so address. Only you, no exceptions, no one else. So him, his wife, and his son, they're trying to get all their belongings and stuff together. They don't know what to bring. They don't know what's happening. Then all their neighbors start freaking out and getting mad at them like, hey, y'all know what's going on and you're not telling us, you know?
Yeah.
And then that was just nonstop chaos after that. So they allegedly try to get to Greenland.
There was one of the articles from Texas, pretty interesting. Of course, their spin on it is because the testing is better. So dyslexic children in Texas has increased 600% since, I could have sworn it said 2025. And I'm like, I don't know that I agree with that. The testing is better. They diagnosed my son ages ago. And I don't know. I still believe that a lot of the problems the children are having are because of the required juices.
Yep. I think that definitely has an impact on it. And I don't know so much about like you said, there are ways of testing it. I do possibly think, and this is just my opinion, but I do possibly think they have a basic standard of testing for certain things, be it whatever it is, but our environment and the things we interact with over the last, just say 26 years have changed, you know, as far as the influence of technology directly in the homes in the face of everyone. You know, at one time it was at your job had a computer or so-and-so had a computer, but now it's pretty much, you know, everywhere. So they may be testing on different waves or different whatever to diagnose it. But I can definitely see where there could be a void or a gap in communication, dyslexia, and all that, just from technology, or even from what we've seen 6 years ago. It's been 6 years ago since 2020. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
When 2020 happened and everybody masked up, some people never took off the mask.
Yeah.
That plays a critical role in children's learning and stuff. Especially smaller children, even babies, even before children even can say the words, they're looking at the mom's and dad's mouth, their muscle, they're looking how their faces are going. They know that when
Yeah.
joy and all that, they see all that type of stuff. But when somebody's masked up, they can't see all that type of stuff. So, in my opinion, and I believe probably that somewhere in science, it definitely backs it up somewhere, that it plays a critical role in all of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I found weird about, of course, it's true. A newborn, the bones in the skull haven't solidified, but their vision's off. They look at you with crossed eyes. You ever notice that? You're looking at them and their eyes are crossed.
Yeah, they're trying to, figure it all out. Yeah.
Just focus on you.
Yep.
Yeah, that was weird.
I remember even in high school, that was one of the classes, because once I got in my 11th grade year, I had done took all my core classes and extra classes, so I had like a void in my schedule, so I had to fill. So I took early childhood education. I said, well, this will be an easy class. I get to be around nothing but chicks, little kids. It's not too bad. But anyway, I ended up taking the class. I aced the class. It was a great class, but that was I remember that was one of the weak studies when we learned on like early childhood development, like in speech and all that different type of stuff.
Yes.
It's pretty interesting.
And that's with my son. I knew something was up because when he would write, it's back then they called it mirror writing. You could hold it up to a mirror and see the word perfectly.
Hmm.
And
Like right backwards.
It's like it's like backwards and something else. But you hold it up to a mirror and it's perfect. And it's not something you can just make yourself do in the first, second grade. And so that's when I was like, they expect it with younger children, but they usually grow out of it. So by the first or second grade, they really shouldn't be still writing like that. But he was.
It's interesting how I guess it's like some type of receptor or some type of signal. It maybe isn't firing off or isn't firing off something, and it's like that receptor hasn't fully developed it where it could send a complete signal to write it as we would see it. It's still seeing it how it is in the mind, but it comes down to the hand in the opposite way. It's interesting.
Yeah. And that's what he had to go and get those wires all put on his head.
I definitely agree with that. Being taught through media, yes, certain things. Yeah, if nobody's sitting down and having dinner and talking about their day and everything that's going on in life at dinner time, and where is it getting talked about? Where is it getting learned,
Exactly. And that's where society steps in. Because it's even if they're looking at their phones, it's somebody saying something. And that's what I was saying the other day. The more you hear the same phrase, the more that's going to stick with you, right? And so, how they've shown TV anchors all saying the same exact thing?
Oh yeah, the Mockingbird networks. Yeah,
News anchors.
this is a
Well,
direct threat to your democracy.
I saw it. Um, Someone pieced one together after that last incident in Minneapolis, and all of
Oh,
them
yeah.
in the exact same thing. Gnome and Bavino, is his name. All of them, same phrases, same everything, and that's how they do the programming in your brain.
Yeah, because you figure you got a handful of news networks. You got a, I think we've seen since 2020, we've seen a surge of like independent journalists, like people we hear about, people we watch on YouTube that do on the boots, live. But like you've only got like a handful of major networks, and then all of those trickle down into each state. They've got a certain script, or they've got a certain set of
Yes,
topics they cover. There's a few local stories may change here and there, but they still have your same core script of national topics and national stuff that network pushes or that they want to nail.
and that's it. It was like all of them had it scripted to the T. I was just like, so the same person wrote this speech and handed it out to everybody.
Oh yeah, it could be easily done on either side. It could be a speech for or against somebody's side, or for and against somebody else's side. It just depends on which vision they're trying to tell for you. But yeah, they went from casting to broadcasting.
Yeah.
Before it was all individual. Now it's just broadcasting, casting to a broader network, a broader audience.
And that's where we need to really have a strong foundation and stick to it. Values, morals. You know what's right and wrong. And, make your decisions the way you would, not by what somebody else is telling you.
I think you have 7 entities that control your entire communication. We have up here Thompson Media.
Yeah.
And then there's Murdoch, Rupert Murdoch. When you look at them, very few people control it. The entire, newspaper. Well, that's online now. Try to find a newspaper, But I think one channel I watched, Bonnie, did that thing that whoever, CNN, whoever owns the thing, owns all these channels. And what was the subject matter? It was a singular narrative. This is what you want to say about it.
Yes.
They all repeat it verbatim.
Their favorite word is democracy.
Yeah.
This is not a democracy. It's a republic.
Yeah.
Call it demo crazy.
What's crazy?
No, I said that's what I call it. Instead of democracy, I say demo crazy.
There you go.
I wasn't relieved when you first started. I thought, here he goes with the old folks jokes. And I thought he's going to get crap beat out of him this time. So I'm glad you didn't go there.
Well, we can go in any direction you want to go.
No, don't go there because
Ask me a question.
And he's quiet.
See what I'm saying?
well, there's a lot we could talk about, which is
But you never have to worry about a snowpocalypse, though.
nope. But
What changes the conversation a bit?
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, it's 33 degrees. Illuminati confirmed.
Oh,
you are keeping your peaches
Yeah.
warm, Jim.
maybe that's saying some stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be rough on the peaches this year.
Yeah.
Yes.
I did know Amazon said the sales of peach warmers had soared, so I figured it's bad down there.
Yeah, I think 75% of those were shipped directly to Georgia and the surrounding areas.
Remember when the orchards used to have the flames when unexpected frost came in and they had these, I guess they're propane flame towers in the orchards? And yeah,
Yes, Gma. I don't even know where my TVs are. I know they were brought here and I haven't even looked for them. I haven't watched TV in so long.
um, a lot of people say that, Bonnie. I wonder how broadcasters are doing, anchor people, if they're making a living anymore.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure there's still a lot of people,
Yeah.
especially the elderly. They'll just sit there in front of that TV. I know my mother, they would, it was Jeopardy,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune, and the news. Couldn't wait to see it every day. She had a schedule. And then after that, it was some Western because my stepdad, that's all he wanted to watch was Westerns.
I think even with Ghost, they kind of took a shot at that. Remember when her sisters were going to change the channel? No, that's Arsenio. You know what I mean? Like Arsenio's on, so you got to watch him. Yeah.
Yeah, my grandma didn't watch. Well, my grandma on my mom's side, she didn't watch a lot of TV, but one of the few times her and my grandpa did watch TV together was 9 times out of 10 during Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Never mind the soap operas. They were generational.
Oh yeah, she loved her shows, boy.
Uh,
Man, this stuff's brutal.
remember growing up, my father's mother, that Victor Newman, he's a bad man. And she's going around talking to herself. Who the hell are you talking about?
And what year was that? What time frame was that?
Uh,
The only reason I ask because he's still a thing. You know what I mean? That's
Six-
how.
60s.
Yeah, that was in the '60s, and this dude, those guys are still on there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Returning as Victor Newman in his 204,931 episodes.
Yep.
That
is official. That may be a true fact.
Yeah. Who killed JR? Who cares? He's been going on for 5 years now. Somebody do the little bastard.
Yeah.
Even though I live in Texas, that was not on my radar.
No.
I didn't watch it. Of course, previews would come up. My ex-husband always had the TV on, NCIS or Criminal Minds, one of those. And so that they would show a wrestling. Wrestling was always on too.
One of the popular ones was like Ponderosa. Everybody watched Ponderosa. Rawhide.
Yeah, I didn't watch that much either. I remember seeing Bonanza.
Hmm.
Way
Lauren Green. Oh, did you hear O'Hara passed away? Played Mother, I think, in Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, D-Dog. Good to see you. Perry Mason, Rockford Five,
Ironside.
Indy. Yep.
What was the secretary's name? Stella something? Perry May Stella. Oh, God.
Hey, Ark Wildman. Good to see you.
I think Raymond Burr, his brother was somebody Massey, which is a big wheel up here. I can't remember his first name. Massey. I think it was part of Massey Ferguson and everything. You were to become an actor, what would be your Actors Guild name? What name would you choose?
For what?
To be an actor. Raymond Burr was really somebody Massey. So if you become an actor, you got to choose your stage name. What would you be?
And my stage name would probably be Alfred Jameson.
I think we got an Alfred Jameson.
I never mind. Can that? That's a horrible name. Yeah. It's tough.
I have no idea.
Jeremiah Smith.
There you go.
That would be my stage name.
Jeremiah is a good name.
Especially if you're a bullfrog.
Well, and then there's that. Caused a big fight back in the day. When you're having children, thinking of names, and you want to think of every possible way it could be made into something bad, it's not easy. Chima.
What was the first part you did, Bonnie? You said someone wants to come up and tell this story. Tell a story about the snow. Is that what you?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
How deep is your snow?
We're not getting much past 7 Fahrenheit up here. Dropping to around 2.
Some would say, Timo. My best friend, that's the way she is. And she keeps on telling me, you need to be, same thing G-Ma keeps telling me, you need to be meaner. You need to be a biatch. I'm like, just not in me. I try, and I mean, there's times apparently that I can be, I guess. I seem to piss a lot of people off. But
Well, if it's going to be 6 more weeks of this, man, shoot. We need to hurry up and get spring here.
so thank you, Reverend. Hopefully he does well. Meaner. How do you be meaner?
Just got to do it.
Well, if somebody's being mean to one of my children or grandchildren, instant mean.
There you go. Got to channel it, harness it, replicate it, project it.
But it's got to be a situation. I'm not going to just go around and be mean to everybody just for the heck
It's
of
like
it.
the Hulk. You know, it only happens when you get mad.
Yes.
There you go. Like the She-Hulk.
And I don't like to get angry because it gives me a headache.
Especially if you turn green, that would just be weird.
Like the Frito Bandito on vanilla wafers. You don't want to eat it.
Yeah.
If everyone was high, we wouldn't be fighting so much.
Frito Bandito.
Thank you, Cheryl.
There you go.
Stern. That's a good word for it.
Isn't that what the front of a ship is called? The stern?
The serial killer gets your kindness. No, he does.
Stern is the back of the ship.
Okay, never mind.
The bow is the front.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Bow, like taking a bow.
Yeah.
That's why they make rope, G-Ma. Just saying.
It's getting real.
Well, no.
Man, if somebody wants to serial me, man, they're like the word down on the luck, like the worst possible luck. Like I couldn't even imagine that bad of a luck if I'm a serial suspect, you know? Like, dang, you know? Like you read out of all options and you just decided I fit the profile that you wanted to attack. Man. Some sad people out there.
Yes, there is.
I guess being that tall, you're an expert on cowlicks, stuff like that.
Something, I don't know, you know?
You got a weird part.
Maybe they figure like, hey, he's tall enough to be like a twofer, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how they look at those type of things.
Mm.
We'll get the big one. A lot of little ones will come looking for him, and we'll get the little ones too.
Feelings get in the way of reality. My son-in-law, I told y'all I bought those rugs and they've been in my daughter's truck. And I was in here blow drying my hair and son-in-law came in. He didn't say anything. I went in there. He was standing in the living room with his arms full and I just put him wherever on one of the piles. I'll get to him. And he said, "You left your door unlocked. I could have been a serial killer." And I said, "Whatever."
What type of cereal do you have in your house?
None.
You don't have to worry about it then. They only go after people that like cereal.
This is true.
I think there might be a survival oatmeal in there. Maybe.
Oh no, they're not coming for that. No, they'll probably leave you something extra if they find that. That's if you.
But it's funny that he did that because usually they're like calling me or texting me from outside, just letting you know it's me coming in. Because they think I just walk around packing all the time or something. But it's close by, always.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're like probably further enough back, and then I'm pretty sure if anybody came around, your dog would just definitely start barking.
Yes, she does. Chima, go ahead. I'll take that.
I mean, you know. And there's still people that have lingering memories of that generation where a lot of people didn't have to, you know, didn't have to lock a door or something like that, you know.
Oh, I know. It's something we never did. Locked our vehicles, locked our doors.
Granddad on my mom's side was like that. Shoot, he had one of them old style Ford pickup trucks, the two-tone with like the double gas tank, and it was a nice looking truck, ran good, but he never locked it, left the keys right sitting right in the middle with a whole carton of cigarettes, his comb, and I don't know, probably a couple of dollars in loose change. And I said, "You ain't never worried about nobody stealing your truck?" He said, "They steal it, I'll just get me another one." You know?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he didn't never care about locking up no truck.
Well, I'm not gonna make it easy to steal, but I had a Dodge Durango and locked my keys in it one time at a Walmart years ago. And looking for a coat hanger, asking everybody, you got a coat hanger? Something to try and get in. Finally ended up calling somebody to come open it. He sticks this little thing in the door frame and it opens up and unlocks it. And I was like, it's that easy to break into this thing. And he said, yeah, this one's a pretty easy one. And I was like, unreal.
Yeah, certain models and stuff before they had all those computers and all that type of stuff. Yeah, it didn't really take much. Somebody that knew what they were doing, you know.
Yeah.
When's
Well,
the last, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, when's the last time you met somebody that knew what they were doing? You should be about ready to be safe. Yeah.
Well,
Not today.
you'd be surprised how many people do know what they're doing. Look how many people stole all those catalytic converters.
Yeah.
And they had to be sawed off. So they were prepared. Jump under there. Took them just a couple of minutes. Out with a catalytic converter.
No, every place is different, and I don't know, and I know they don't do it here anymore. But I remember, I don't know, I was young. I couldn't have been no more than maybe between 4 and 6 years old, maybe. And I was out with my mom somewhere, and she locked her keys in there, and there was a cop there. I don't know, wherever grocery store, wherever store we was at, he was doing a security there, and he had probably the little thing like you're talking about, the little kit that could unlock it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it didn't. You could tell he wasn't really as experienced as a locksmith, but after, I don't know, it wasn't long, maybe a minute or so, he got it. But yeah, they don't even do that here no more.
Well, that's after spending $80 for that guy to do that. Come to find out, the sheriff's office, police department, they always have a Slim Jim.
Yeah, the Slim Jim, that's what it was called, yeah.
Yep.
I bought a car, a used car, and my daughter lived, I don't know, 2 blocks away. Wasn't much snow. I locked them in. And I go on. So I walked down there and I says, you know, hi, and you know me. I said, I want to borrow a Slim Jim. I locked the key. He says, a what?
Oh, no.
Yeah. I said, if you don't go back there and get it now, we are going to have problems. And he, you know, you knew darn well what I'm talking about. But, yeah. What's that? You know.
That sounds like the gremlin we had, too. My mother had. Stole the seats.
Yeah.
My mother had a pea green gremlin. That's the ugliest vehicle I've ever seen.
Man, yeah, that's pretty pea green. Yeah, the color choices of the cars throughout the decades is interesting. You know, some a lot better than others for sure.
Yes. I was always, okay, my vehicle is going to be metallic blue.
There you go.
No. I don't really care for green much, but unless it's like a beachy color green, then it's okay. The light minty green, sea breeze green, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd pick green for a vehicle choice. It would just have to depend on the shade of green, I guess.
No.
British racing green's popular. It was.
Yep.
Oh, Cheryl said she called it lime green.
There you go. It's better. It's got a little flavor to it. You can taste it. You can taste the lime, you know.
To me, it looked like pea green, like split pea soup green.
Yeah. Most people don't want to eat that. You know, you definitely don't want to drive in it. You know.
I remember when I was a little kid, the colors that they used in the homes, I was just so shocked.
Yeah.
And then the hippie stage where they'd go and get like carpet scraps, I guess, from the stores, put it all together, and then you'd have every color.
So you have like different colors in one room of carpet?
Yes.
Man, that was something else.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess you could say there was a lot of color then, different colors being used.
In the 70s, they brought out a green Plymouth did for the Barracuda. It looked pretty good with the black decals down the side.
Yeah.
40s and that. It looked pretty good.
Old Plymouth. Plymouth Rock. Now it's like Fraggle Rock.
Part of the van with carpet.
Oh yeah, you got the whole swag van.
Never had shag carpet. Never did one.
I had it and I kicked a gallon of paint over on it off the drop cloth. Oh my God.
Man, if they're still making shag, there's got to be like one guy somewhere probably out in the middle of Iowa that's still manufacturing it, you know? Where would you even get the shag? don't know.
It's
They should just get it before they trim it down. Because I think before you get it at its status, the threads are longer, and then they trim it all down to like the same length. You know, like a haircut.
yes. It depends on the length of the.
Yeah. Tell them you want that 8-inch. You want that 8-inch Berber. You don't even sweep it or vacuum it. You just rake it. Oh man, Grandma's raking the carpet again. We got company coming over.
And then they wondered why, when it got ripped up, it was like just solid dirt under there.
Oh yeah, it's like tearing up grass. It's like sod. It became part of the fixture of the house. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You lost that, a piece of the soul left from that house, you know? You lost something, but you gained something too.
Okay,
oh, man.
You D2. Good to see you.
That's what I said. A lot of people say, well, what do you got against smoking weed? I said, you ever seen a shag carpet? That's a result of smoking weed. Nobody knew it. You know what I mean? Like, who would willingly do that?
Or maybe people that didn't own shoes, you know? They wanted to bring the outdoors indoor. In the South, some places they do it a little bit different. They have this thing called AstroTurf, you know? And everywhere's got this carpety grass facade, you know? You're like, man, what is this stuff?
And I almost got some of that.
See what I'm saying? See?
I saw it at Home Depot and I was like, where could I put this?
Yeah.
Yeah. We did a job for a customer one time at a home. We had to rent a small lift and get these pads and stuff to put down that the lift could go across, because at a certain point it was going to have to cross over a patch of his grass or turf, but it wasn't his whole backyard. He had the grass ripped out and he had this AstroTurf like stuff put in his backyard. So like his whole backyard was like a mini golf course, like a mini putting range.
Yeah.
You can imagine. And we had to do that, get the lift and do all that for one light that hung up probably about 25 feet up in the air and change it out. You know, it took us longer to set up and get the lift in and out of there than it did to change out the whole light process.
See, I'd rather just get a scraper and scrape a big old section and then start carpet grass. Just because it spreads and stickers don't grow in it. It's got the little, I don't know what you call them, but the little seeds. Well, I guess it's grass seeds, Bonnie.
Oh, yeah, it would totally eliminate that whole seed bank of that plant.
Yep. I just pulled a sticker burr out of my robe, and I was like, how did they get me? I haven't been out in the grass. in my robe especially, it's like they just hunt you down and get in your clothes, especially sweaters, anything they can attach to. Probably on the dog.
We got those in certain parts around here too, yeah. It don't matter. It don't matter how hot it gets. It don't seem like it ever gets hot enough for them. It seems like the hotter it gets, they love it more.
Oh my goodness, G-Ma.
Nice. Somebody's got to do it, you know. Got to eliminate the crotch critter population.
Yeah.
One step at a time, they say. I think that's one of the 12 steps.
Is that what it looks like? Is that why they call it that? I don't know.
It'd be. Some people would say that, I imagine. I wouldn't say that personally, but some people would.
Mm-mm.
That's why Bob Barker always said, keep your pet spayed and neutered. You know, that was his thing. He let you know that.
You know?
Only you. Uh-oh. Supper time. What you got cooking, my friend?
My kettle's still broke.
Oh, be careful, man. Don't try to use two appliances at the same time. I think y'all on an entirely different power grid up there. Can't be doing that. What do you think? You're in the South? Yeah, let's go down here, too. Damn, they just said 3 bridges closed down just as we speak. Damn.
Around you?
I don't know. I'm just got a surge of notifications all of a sudden. I don't know what just happened. I guess I got switched back to 7G. Man. I have to check them later. Something about 2 bridges, and one of them was about families and students. So one of them must have been about a school, something.
Oh my goodness, you can get them at a motel?
Oh, yeah. They love the motels.
Good.
They love them. Yeah. They come on vacation and never leave.
Excuse me.
I don't know who I asked one time as a kid. I said, what's the difference between a motel and a hotel? And they said, well, at the motel, the doors are on the outside to get into your room. And they said, at a hotel, the doors are on the inside. I said, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, a hotel is usually a little fancier than a motel.
Yeah. You can't appear that way.
There's one just this side of Austin that we always called the no-tell motel.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
all the cheaters went there, and it's right on the highway, so anyone driving by, everybody's vehicles.
Everybody knows, but everybody acts like they know where nobody's at. You know what I mean? They know the spots. Every town's got that spot, probably. You know? That in the Mexican restaurant, you know, it always goes down at either one of them places locally, you know? You can't cross the path.
Well, I never thought that when we were staying at all those motels, except for that one that we wouldn't stay at that looked like a crime scene.
Oh, yeah, I remember you saying that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they give you those vibes off the rip. Yeah, just get out of there.
I did.
People's asking you for cigarettes and spare change before you get checked in. Yeah, you got to get out of there, buddy.
That's happened too.
And that's the people that's working there. That ain't even no strangers. That's the people that's working at these places asking you for cigarettes and change.
No, it was the homeless. We one when I was going to that class in Austin, and so they put us at the very end. They were like, nobody will bother you down here. So there's a wall that sticks out. It's got like a sidewalk and then a rock wall up about, I don't know, maybe a foot. And then to the side of it, it has a solid wall.
Oh, that's the hangout spot.
I'd be out there smoking a cigarette and somebody just pop up from behind that wall. And I was like, whoa, you're in my...
Yeah, they're used to the tourists. They're popping up like Grouch out of the trash can.
Was he
cigarettes? No, I don't. Girls would be Who are you talking to? Open the door with ready and waiting. And I'm like, then they'd go away. We even invited one of our friends. He's a really big guy to come over there and hang out in the parking lot for a while. Because he's in some sort of a group.
Future Educators of America.
Yes, there you go. That's a good word for it.
For the future. It's for the kids. We love the kids.
Yeah.
Was that guy wearing an iguana suit that popped up on you? Just curious.
An iguana suit? No.
Remember?
It could be a thing soon, you know? That freeze and that storm in Florida had the iguanas, they say, just dropping out of the trees. So you could see a surge in exotic, domesticated iguana fabrics and leathers, you know?
Well, I'd rather see a iguana pop up than some of those homeless people.
Yeah, I seen this video of this lady, man. I don't know how many she had in her yard. I forget what part of Florida she was in. But yeah, man, they were just all right there in one big pile. So, dang. Got the iguana. Dirty dogs.
I've never seen an iguana in person.
What make the introductions live?
Man, I don't think it's the same type. It's like wild, but it was one of my friends that I had in my grandma's neighborhood that I would see like on the weekends or certain things like that. And his name was Luke, and he stayed with his grandparents that lived down the street from my dad's mom. You know, one weekend I'm going over there, and I called down there to see if he was there. Yeah. So as I'm walking down there, I see him walking out of the yard, and he's got this thing with him. And like from a distance, I couldn't really tell what it was. And as I got closer, I said, "Damn, he's got a damn a lizard." And he got some type of I forget what type of lizard he said. It was some type of iguana. But yeah, he had it on a leash and just walking it around like it was a dog, you know.
Yeah.
I thought that was the wildest thing ever.
I have seen that. People have these. It's not an iguana, I don't think. It's like a, oh man, what is it called? They're ugly looking creatures.
It was probably, I don't know. It was every bit of a couple feet long at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do y'all have iguana in Georgia?
Not like that. It doesn't, even though we get hot, Florida, it stays more of a consistent warmth, you know, generally over Florida, you know, to a certain degree where they can withstand it. Now, we do have reptiles, you know, frogs, different things like that, even a lot of alligators. But as far as iguanas, not so much in my area. Maybe you probably could find them more southern Georgia, maybe, as you get closer to the Okefenokee, possibly. But as to just see them up in the trees or out and about like they do in some parts of Florida, no. We got everything else but that. We got room for the iguanas.
Who named that anyway? Okefenokee. Who named that?
Oh, that's a long story, my friend.
Oh, okay.
It's like the Titanic, dude. It's going to be like a 3-part series.
There's a lot of unusual names in that area.
No kidding.
Yep.
But the Okefenokee itself, I mean, it's a beautiful place if anybody ever gets a chance to travel to South Georgia. But basically the name, I think roughly translated, it's an old Indian word that means land of the trembling ground. think that's what Okefenokee
When
roughly translates to, the land of the trembling ground.
now that makes sense.
They have
You know what I
earthquakes
mean?
in there.
There's different type of events, different type of things that have happened throughout history. Some interesting things, but still, there's people that's went down in there, deep down in there, and they swear that they could just hear the ground growling. You know, they could hear the swamp was alive with more than just what you could see. It was something else. You know, there's different type of stories. I remember as a kid, of course, these type of things are locally because it's a Georgia thing, but we used to have GPTV, but it was like, you know, they would show like stuff from Georgia, and it was the guy on there named Okefenokee Joe, and he used to always have these different stories, and he played the guitar and sing songs, and he would take you down through the Okefenokee swamp and tell different stories about it. That was pretty cool. And then we finally got the chance to go see it as a kid. That was even better. I'm thinking, man, this is kind of like what we got here in Augusta, but just on a bigger scale, you know? We've got the alligators, we got the creatures in the swamp. It's just much bigger. It's something else.
I just can't picture Geronimo charging at Custer saying, "Come on, boys, Okefenokee."
Oh, dude, if you hear somebody out holler Okefenokee, shit, it's too late. Once you hear it, it's over.
I mean, what do? Make them laugh to death or what? You know, Okefenokee.
Best thing you could do is hope you're not the one and you can be the one to tell the story.
Maybe that's like what Coyote was originally called, the Okefenokee Death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pecos Bill. Yeah. Just come out of nowhere and wrestle up a tornado and throw it halfway across the state.
Yeah.
There's always a tall tale somewhere to be told.
A lot of tales too, you know, when you think about it. A lot of people don't have time for tall tales.
I do. I love them.
Yeah, that's true.
Love a good tall tale.
Folklore and
Yeah. Different things, local legends, stuff like that.
Yes. That's what I hope to meet with the real people.
You know?
That's like the legend of Oak Island. You want to know how mysterious it is and why it's called that. And they say there was a treasure buried in an oak tree. So we call it, you know what, that's it.
Oh, yeah. Think how much money's been plugged into the alleged research. Even they made a whole show about it. The Curse of Oak Island.
Well, they're still running season 16's on YouTube.
Oh, they're still doing shows about it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, yeah, still.
Yeah.
I don't know the whole story behind it and the lore behind it, but I remember, yeah, when that years ago when that show first came out, I never even heard about it, you know?
Yeah.
They're out there looking for the lost treasure on Oak Island. I'm like, man, how big can this island be eventually, you know? I don't know.
Where's Oak Island?
Hey, where's that up in the northeast? Somewhere closer to Canada?
What?
Oak Island. Where is it located?
20 miles southwest of Halifax, Nova Scotia.
There you go.
There you go.
Halifax.
Halifax.
It is cold there.
That's the harbor where that munition ship collided with another one, the largest explosion, non-nuclear explosion in the world.
Mm.
Yeah.
I just saw where 2 Boeing airplanes wrecked. I don't know if it was past history or if it just happened. I didn't read the whole thing. I just saw it and I don't even know where it happened at, but crazy because of fog. The fog was so thick, you
Could
couldn't
have
see.
been. I know yesterday at the height of it's snowing here. I know it was like, I was like, man, it's got like a fog to it, you know. It wasn't so much like really ground level where I was at, but you could see it, you know. It was
Hmm.
hard to tell really where the clouds started and where the fog was at. And I didn't even know till I woke up this morning and was checking local updates and seeing how everybody was that the local mayor here, they put out a state of emergency curfew from 10 o'clock last night until, what was it, 12 o'clock today. And I was thinking, And I'm thinking, well, dang, I guess nobody went to church or nothing, but some places opened up eventually. Like some places started opening up like around 11. Some places around here didn't even open up at all, which I can't really blame them. You know, I wasn't really out hunting or nothing. I already knew what it was going to be. I was just out just recording history, I guess you could say.
I have never heard of a curfew because of weather.
They said it was a thing. I didn't even know it happened. I slept through it. Once it got dark and it was still snowing and the temperature it was steadily going down, I was like, this snow and ice ain't going nowhere till the sun comes out. And some places it's already dried up. Some places that hadn't got that much sun, there's still huge patches of snow and ice, you know?
I've never heard that either. I've heard warnings, do not go out tonight, but never a curfew.
No, yeah.
No. I would question that with my mayor or whoever decided.
I don't agree with him on a lot of the policies and stuff he does. You know, it's the same mayor that was brought under investigation for illegally using money in his own personal businesses with him and his wife, you know. So once stuff like that comes out, everything else gets questioned, you know, even if it does have the facade of something beneficial.
Yeah.
I don't see eye to eye with him on a lot of stuff, or the commissioners, man. You know, we might get a mayor, a new mayor every 4 years. Some of those commissioners, they're like the lifetime politicians in DC, but just on the local level. You know, those type of people just hang around.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Some good, some not so good.
Yeah.
Isn't there some guy that I think it's Congress? He's got a Southern accent, and he's already filed for re-election. He'll be 95 whenever that occurs. I mean, that's kind of like a shadow, If you sell the building, he comes with it.
Is that Kennedy?
Could be
in Louisiana?
Yeah, it sounds right.
How old is Kennedy?
He's going to be 95 whenever he runs. I guess he's 93.
Goodness.
Man, he's in his 90s?
Yeah.
Let me look and see.
Yeah, they said
I knew he was older, but I didn't know he was in his 90s.
He's filed for the 2028 election, and he'll be 95, they said, when he runs.
I can't remember how old Strom Thurmond was whenever he stepped down.
Oh, yeah, he was another.
I mean, he was in there heck, he's like all right across in South Carolina. I always remember hearing the Strom Thurmond legends.
Well, the Kennedy from Louisiana is 74 years old.
Okay, 74. Well, who's 90-something then?
That's not him.
I don't know. Is he a congressman or?
I think so. Off the top of my head, I think it was Congress.
There can't be too many of them that's 90 plus still in there. I mean, I don't know.
It would be Congress, probably. I don't see anybody else lasting that long.
It couldn't be but a handful, if any.
Or the Senate could be the.
Yeah.
Senator makes more sense. We got ones, like I said, they're part of the building, like forever and a day. They got to show up twice a year. Should get rid of the Senate.
Well, that's like what's her name, Pelosi. Heck, they got pictures and stuff back when she was in the White House when JFK was in there. You know, of course she wasn't a politician then, but it just kind of shows the track record and timeline of
Maybe if you looked up the oldest, whatever, senator,
I've got him.
sitting senator.
Republican Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, leading as the oldest member at 92 years old.
Yeah, that's him, Iowa.
Man, never heard of this guy. I don't think until now.
Grassley. I've heard of him, but numerous lawmakers are in their 80s and 90s, highlighting a trend of longevity in U.S. politics.
Yeah.
Iowa is one of those big political swing states anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The Iowa caucus. I think I've ever met anybody from Iowa.
I guess they stay in Washington, because, climb aboard this thing. What's that newfangled thing we call it an airplane? I ain't flying in that. Man's not supposed to fly.
Oh.
I don't know.
They probably ride share with like somebody from like North Dakota or South Dakota, like carpool.
Yeah.
We'll take your jet this week. We'll take my jet in 2 weeks.
No.
But that's like, what is it? Nebraska. I think it's Nebraska. They do it totally different than any other state. It's just a one party. I think they've been doing that since like the 1930s.
Yeah.
I think it's Nebraska.
I wonder what are we going to have tonight's episode of The Missing Fry Pan. Onia's gone through 150 boxes today. Still no fry pan.
Could be. It could be one of the side effects.
Who's Jason Bourne? Bourne.
That's a character from a story.
You
What
know
made you
it.
ask that?
My daughter just sent me.
A fry pan.
Guess they were talking about something, and she said, reminded me of this.
Forget the author. I think it started as a series of books, and then ultimately they made it into a series of movies. Was it The Bourne Identity, The Bourne something else? He was like a government super agent in a way.
Oh.
I guess you could say. I forget how many movies they made about it. I know at least probably 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Looks like a movie, and the title could be You Know His Name. I can see that written across his face.
Yeah. It was trying, yeah. I think they did something to his memory or something like that, yeah. And then, almost kind of like a generic spy movie in a way, but a little bit different. You know, he's trying, as he's battling all these entities, he's having these visions and flashbacks and trying to figure out who he really is in the whole process of doing all these missions or whatnot. They hit him with the memory eraser. He went to the memory eraser clinic. Total recalled him.
Yeah.
Facial recognition.
Oh yeah, all that type of stuff. Yeah. When they were searching for him, whatever agency that would train him or was looking for him, they're trying to find him as he's going through the city. They're pulling up city traffic feeds and cameras and stuff, trying to find him. You know.
That's what they nicknamed the present thing up here in Alberta. The total recall. Recall all those politicians.
When did that happen?
Hey, Jerry.
Since they started to negotiate with Washington privately, truth be known, a lot of people are calling for treason charges.
3+ inches, Jerry. 3+ inches of snow. But I am marked safe officially from the Snowpocalypse 2026. I'll add that to my list of T-shirts I'm gonna get made.
Right.
I think I'm up to like 10,000 now.
That's why I put the date, so we'll know when it happened.
Yeah.
I should have done that with the ice. Trapped in the house 6 days.
That's what I was dreading. I was like, man, it's going to be a cold mix. I already figured that. I just didn't know if it was going to be a icy mix or a snow, but it kind of stayed that real. Well, I don't know. We don't get snow much here, but it was like at points it was like real huge fluffy snow. And it was all kind of fluffy, but sometimes it was, you know, bigger than others. But it wasn't really a problem until like last night. I bet the roads were pretty bad last night in certain areas because it probably did turn to ice. But a little bit it didn't turn back into water. Because with they said the real feel, it was like down into the teens and single digits in some places. They said some places would feel like the single digits.
Carl's asking if you made a snow angel.
I did.
Ever
I did
done?
make one. I got pictures. I got some pictures and stuff. I'm gonna probably make a little short out of. You know, probably do that tomorrow. Probably wait to see if we got any calls tomorrow. I might add a few more pictures, some stuff that I hadn't seen, different areas that may still have some snow. Add that to the montage, collage.
I do have a video where somebody was trying to torch the snow.
Yeah.
It's turning black. But then, is it called Hillbilly Kitchen? That little lady that lost her husband.
Michelle.
She went out with hers and she said, it's not turning black. It's melting just like it does. And I'm fixing to grab some snow and make snow cream.
Yeah.
Oh no. Hopefully she didn't make the snow cream.
Yeah.
Man. I had my buddy locally, man. He sent me a little video. I guess that's what he had recorded when he melted some snow, man, and it just looked horrible.
Yeah.
Like in its purest form, like fluffy and all that. Yeah, it was like, you know, beautiful. I guess the light reflecting off all the crystals that makes it appear to be white. But yeah, he melted it down, and it was like all type of crap floating around in that water. And I'm like, oh hell no.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not eating that.
Yeah, I wouldn't anymore. I used to do that for the kids, but There's too many things in the sky now, I think.
The more remote you are, the less I guess you could have. But I mean, ultimately, I mean, it's water has to travel some type of system and cycle to get somewhere.
Atlanta
Some
got
areas may be more cleaner than others.
Yeah. Well, I know.
And everything was cool. Yeah, I remember that.
I know my
I
son
remember that.
tried to torch that ice to melt it, and it wasn't melting. And that was my thing. I'm not saying it was burning. I'm not saying it caught on fire. It didn't turn black. It just wasn't melting.
Yeah.
And so he finally, when he got that sharp edge shovel and started just cracking the crud out of it, it was like tables of ice. And when he threw it over the edge, it didn't even break up. Jersey Joe, good to see you.
Jersey Joe.
Yeah, I saw where Tennessee got it.
Yeah, Tennessee, certain parts of Kentucky. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They got a lot more than I got here, and it surprised me how much we got. Now, if it would have been as cold last weekend as it was this weekend, with the amount of rain we got last Saturday, oh man, it would have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
But it just here in my area to about Atlanta last weekend, it stayed just above freezing. So you had a little sleet every now and then, but it mainly just was just really cold rain. But this week, totally different.
Jersey Joe says these piles of snow will be here till spring.
Oh yeah, I bet up there. Yeah, if that's in Jersey for sure. You won't even know what's under there till it thaws out. Yeah, no doubt. Now we got to wait for the bread man, the milk man, and the egg man. At least this time they started buying. What was it on the local Fox channel, Fox 54? They showed. I forgot. I think they went into like one of the local WalMarts and they went down like the hat and the glove aisle, and pretty much every hat and glove was sold out. I said, well, at least somebody thought to get some head and hand gear.
You see Carl making fun of us? Come up here with those words, boy.
He ain't gonna do it. Can't do it when it's that cold. You can just talk about it.
I've seen normal snow. Know what normal snow looks like. Seen normal ice too.
Yeah. This snow, I guess, looked normal until it started melting. I don't know.
What was weird was, hey, Meat Puppet, was the blue flakes in the ice.
You know what was the coolest thing about it? And it kind of almost was like a, I don't know, reminiscent when we used to go up Virginia and stuff back when first time I seen snow as a kid when it snowed up there. But it was cool because the moon was, I guess, just almost as bright as it could be, and everything on the ground was white. So it's just like everything had this glow to it. Whether it was good or bad, I don't know. It looked kind of interesting. It was cool.
Like iridescent.
Yeah, like just walking through the woods and stuff, and it was just like totally quiet, but everything had this glow to it.
You realize you guys start a snowball fight with me, your guys are going to get toasted, right?
Oh, not me. I invested in the Snow Thrower 2000.
It's going to take an expert to take me down, brother.
Oh, I've seen the videos.
Bring it, Carl.
I got 5 hours of YouTube videos logged.
Have you seen that, Indiana Jones scene with the big giant rock?
Oh yeah, where he's running. Yeah, yeah, that would be like the snowball. Yeah, just keeps getting
Mhm.
bigger and bigger.
Yep. Booby traps are allowed.
What's supposed to be happening then?
Oh, the kids around here loved it, man. You know.
I just think it's funny because, you called that stuff allegedly for years that I've known you.
Yeah, it was cool, and then it's like weird because back to back years, the kids around here have done had like a snow day, and in my whole life of living in this area, I never had a snow day. Not technically like that, you know.
Actually, I could see, well, believe it or not, they didn't give us a lot of snow days in like elementary school because, you had these crazy bus drivers that would do it anyways. And yeah, it would really have to be really bad. And I remember more than once, at least twice, I can remember being down in a ravine with the bus and all the kids, and we're waiting for the tow truck and the new bus to come and get us all out of there.
hmm And I went to
Marcy.
school out in the country, so there was then, and there still are a lot of dirt roads still down and around there. But there was some days, like if it was a real bad storm or something coming, we might go home early just so the buses can get all the kids back home safely, before some of the roads washed out.
There
Yeah.
was right there, the last stop sign leaving town down the road that led to the school was a little over a mile long, all right, from town to the school. And we'd stand all innocent like by the intersection, and then when the bus would take off around that corner, we'd latch onto the back of the bumper in our boots and ski
Mm,
behind that bus the whole mile all the way to the school. And we did this successfully several times till some kid ratted us out and we got busted and stuff.
yeah,
But I remember hanging onto the bumper, sliding down the road, and I'd look over. My buddy would be just like laughing and having a good time. I look away and look back, and he's gone. And then I look back, and you see him rolling into the ditch in the side of the road. You hit a pothole, it would mess you up.
no doubt. Just try to stay in the. I guess you just try to stay in the bus's tire path unless it hit a pothole, and you knew, I guess, to how to adjust either way.
Yeah, it was
Hopefully,
like
you didn't
water
have a
skiing,
bad bus driver. Hopefully, they knew how to handle it.
right?
Had to be one of them old school Mimas with the hairnet, smoking a cigarette, taking you to school. She could
Oh
handle it.
wow! I remember the coolest snow fort that I ever had a hand in because I didn't build it alone. It took a couple guys in the neighborhood to help me. We had this big hill, all right, that went straight back and down, and we built this tunnel system. Like we built like an igloo at the top and a tunnel system with multiple tunnels that would lead off. And we took the guy's parents' garden hose and sprayed the tunnel right down all over, man, and just let it sit overnight. That thing
Yeah,
became an
beef it
ice
up.
tube. Oh, dude, you flew. It was like riding one of those things at the bank. You know what I'm saying? Those tubes. Remember,
Yeah,
you used to put them in the air.
yeah. Human bobsled.
Yeah.
I seen people posting videos around here. The little, we got a lot of rivers and lakes and stuff. So their kids, they got the little boogie boards. So all of them was like sliding down the hills on like boogie boards and stuff. Oh, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I
Or the
grew up,
old, they took the old,
tobogganing.
yeah,
We had big toboggans and like medium-sized toboggans, and then we had the little sleds. And one year there was a couple killed. All right, they had toboggans you could put 10 kids on, and
dang,
they were
yeah, that's too much
teenagers.
toboggan.
Well, yeah, and they were teenagers were doing it on this dirt road where the hill went down both sides to a ravine, and they had a collision that splintered the toboggans and killed a couple
Oh
kids.
man, yeah.
My older sister was there when it happened and stuff. But, probably when I was like 5 years old, I was sledding with one of those metal runner sleds. You ever seen those? They got the metal runners on both sides, like little skis, and you got
On
this thing
TV,
that
yeah.
steers. All right, if you pull on this little steering wheel a little bit, you can get it to steer a little. But I got pinned up against a tree and I wrecked. And just as I sat up with my head against the tree, the next guy with one of those runner sleds hit me right in the mouth. And
Right in the
I
mouth.
remember all the kids were screaming because the snow was red, man. It was like spraying all out and all of it. It just like turned the whole circumference around that tree around me was all red. And
Yeah.
I ended up getting stitches on the outside of my lip, the inside of my lip, the outside of my gums, and the inside of my gums. So I had like 4 layers of
Damn.
stitches going on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Paul,
that was fun.
I don't want you anywhere near me. You seem to have the
I survived, didn't I?
He survived it, Bonnie. He did
I
survive it.
the goodness.
Now the people around him's chance of survival, it can decrease or increase depending upon
Yeah.
situation.
I don't really want to talk about that.
Depends on who's on the sled, you know.
That's a top. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Goodness. No.
Well, no, really, in actuality, I've carried people out of the sticks more than once, so I'm a good person to have because I'll carry the wounded. I went they were building houses when I was a kid in the neighborhood out in the boonies, new houses going in. We went into one of those in the middle of the night, and the guy I was with walked off the wrong end of an unfinished staircase with no railing, and there was only a temporary 2 by 6 staircase going into the basement that was just
Yeah.
meant to get into the basement. And he hit the last couple steps and blew right through them and crumbled to the basement floor down there. And I had to get him out of there because we weren't supposed to be there. And he broke his legs in 12 different places. He had 4 compound fractures. His bones were sticking out like a porcupine. All right. And I bundled this fucker up and carried him like a backpack up those stairs and over a mile back through the woods and a little farther to get him back home. And I laid him out in this field and I told him, we were running in your field and you fell in a hole. And that's the story. And I told him that over and over and over. And that was a story he stuck to. We never got in no trouble for it. But it was a weird thing carrying somebody on your back and feeling their bones poking into you. You know what I'm saying? He was fucked up, Watt. In a cast for a year.
He's lucky to be alive. Shit, I see my buddy online. He lives out in the country. He's got a couple of 4-wheelers and he's got a little boy and a little girl. You know, the old like solid plastic liner inserts you used to get on trucks, that you could take out.
Oh, yeah.
He took out one of
Duraline.
them, and he strapped it to his 4-wheeler, and I made a little sled. I seen him post some videos and some photos about it. Made a sled out of that.
Mm-hmm.
I said that.
It reminds me of another one. All right, me and this guy. We used to go out into the old gravel pits, and they were not telephone lines; they were telegraph lines. We're talking old telephone poles with old insulators on them, and some of those insulators were worth some bucks. Well, this buddy of mine, he could shimmy up a tree or a pole like he was some kind of monkey. All right, and he would climb up the poles and sit up there, unscrew the rare glass insulators. And I'm
It's
talking
good
when
to
I
have
say
friends
rare.
like that, so we ain't got to do it.
Oh well, I'm talking like the purple and the red ones we were
I
getting.
know they're worth
Right?
some money.
Yes. And anyways, he would unscrew them and toss them down to me. We did this several times. Well, one day he was coming down. He already cleaned the pole, and he was coming down, and he slipped. It's the biggest sliver I've ever seen. Watt. It went in
Mm.
through his ankle and all the way up into his thigh. All right, and it was like the size of a yardstick, and it was
Got the whole
just under his
yardstick in them.
skin. Yeah, it was under his skin where you could see it in
You
different
see
points.
it,
But when he hit the ground, he bent his leg and it broke at his
and broke
knee.
it,
And, you could,
and it splintered.
and I had to carry that fool up out of there too.
Oh, that just made my knees weak.
Dude,
Yeah,
that was
If
the worst liver I've ever seen in my life.
I
I
ever
think I'll
see, I'm gonna be doing the cross symbol. Back up. Get away.
just stay on the ground. Don't climb any poles. Certain things you got to look for. You know, staying on the ground. You know,
This dude was accident prone. Wow, this ain't even that's the same
yeah,
guy
I can
that the
imagine.
raccoon sat on his chest. I'm sure you heard that one.
If he's probably the type of guy he would never turn down a dare. You know, you never dare this guy to do something because he's going to do it.
Yeah, I wonder
That's
if
the
he's still that way though.
thing, isn't it?
Some people's like that, dude. They'll just accident their way all through life, dude, and still be kicking it. You're like, man, dude, I thought you Evil Knieveled it like a decade ago, bro, and they're still showing up at the class reunions and the family reunions. You know what I mean?
I kind of do, man. I've worked with people that like bleed all the time. I've had to pull staples and nails and shit out of people, and there is a lot of accident prone people in the world.
They don't have any more scar tissue. You know, that's what it is.
But what's the common denominator? Carl? No.
Are you blaming all that shit on me,
Well,
man? What the fuck?
yeah.
I'm bad juju now, man. Did you hear that?
I think you could be some bad luck, maybe.
Wow.
Or good luck. It's always the
You know,
50
it
50,
hurts the
you know?
most when it comes from the people you love, Watt. You know what I mean?
Hey, hey, hey.
Love you, but don't want to be around you.
Well, if I was the one that was like cursed or something, wouldn't I be the one bleeding all the time? I'm not.
Oh, no. I don't think I'm cursed, but I've seen a lot of stuff locally, like with just being within just a couple minutes or a couple miles away from some wild stuff going down. It never was associated or related to me, but you know,
Darn.
just it's weird.
Ooh, see, Navy. Oh, that's something right there, isn't it? You know you can't help him. I knew I couldn't get that sliver out of him. All I could do was carry him to the hospital.
I feel like I would have to have more pockets. I feel like I would have to have a lot of pockets around you. You know what I mean? You have to be hauling different various gears and apparatuses and
You know, every time I go on call it a mission, just a walk, hiking, I always come back with something. I always find something wild.
Yeah, person bleeding to death.
I do
No, I
that in a
mean good
weird kind
stuff.
of way. Certain things, you know,
Well,
whatever
no,
it
I
may
mean
be.
even good stuff. You know, like exploring old abandoned buildings. I found silver. I found silver coins. I found money. All right, just it's places that nobody would ever look. It's like I was talking about this the other day. There's this old burned out house. It probably hadn't had nobody in it in 20 years, and it was the middle of the winter. And I'm on the second story of the building, and it's like the hallway floor is exposed to the outdoors. There's no roof, there's no wall, right? And I walk around, and it's a little jinky, but I come around the corner, and there's this old, like 1970s brown and orange down or vest hanging on a hook, just like blowing in the wind. It's been there forever. And something compelled me to look at it. I grabbed it. When I grabbed it, I heard tink, tink, and there's nothing in the pocket, but there's a hole in the pocket. And I ripped that pocket open, and I found a handful of mercury dimes. All right, silver dimes,
Damn,
like 20 of them. You
just
know,
sitting in there like nobody's business.
nobody would ever know. You know,
Man,
Full
thinking
body
I
about
armor.
getting my treasure hunting license. May
I
need to
Have
want to get
hire
a
you.
metal detector. That's something I don't have that I really do want.
What's that?
A metal detector. I
Yeah,
know place.
same here. I've never had one. I've always said I wanted to get one. Pretty sure a lot of us have at some point.
That's a good
There
idea.
was this late 1800s gymnasium. It was the last thing standing on a property where the school had already burnt down, and it had been vandalized, all the windows kicked out and shit. Pretty much everybody gone through everything. Well, I found an opening in this ductwork for the heating system. It was one of those gigantic 200-foot tall brick chimney boiler room heating systems. You know what I'm talking
Mm,
about, Watt? And
Yeah.
the chimney was still there, and it had like an underground boiler room. This is, in fact, where I found that fallout shelter. But I got into the ductwork, and the ductwork was like 3 foot by 3 foot square. So you could like crouch down and walk in the ductwork, which is what I did. And I went to both ends, and what it went all the way wrapped around this damn school, and then a duct went straight up like 25, 30 feet. And what it
mm,
was is on each side of the stage inside this gymnasium, on each side of the stage for like, where they would perform or whatever, there was these giant grates, and like with like almost like a chain link fence grate on it.
yeah, yeah.
And where I was standing, I looked down, I'm finding jock straps and hair combs, and I'm thinking to myself, some of this shit is from the 50s and older. And what it was is every kid that was a smartass that took his buddy's comb or whatever, threw it through those grates. It was, they're like 15 feet off the gymnasium floor. They would have had to throw them into the grates. Well, I just took a stick and I was poking around and all that shit. I found all kinds of things, but I found a mint condition 1921 silver dollar in there. It looked like it had never been touched.
Oh, damn.
Hmm.
Just in a pile of junk, some kid threw that in that grate. Like I said, if people don't look far enough, really, to be honest. They don't, not everybody thinks of looking over there. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Man, it was, I don't know. Like they said, I don't
One
know.
of
I
my
guess every,
favorite, sorry, what? Go on.
oh no, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Guess it was a
No,
little
I was
lag
gonna
or
say
something.
it got me thinking again. But there's one of my favorite things to watch on YouTube is a guy named the Aqua Chigger. His name's really Bo, but he's for years I've been sub to him for like over 10 years easy. But this guy, he goes around and finds stuff on the bottom of the rivers and Civil War artifacts, and and spelunking, and he does it all right. And it's like
Yeah.
he's the guy that's really made me want to get a Garrett metal detector.
Is that
I've,
the brand to get a Garrett?
Yep.
I've seen so many guns pulled out of rivers.
Yep, that too. He's got a collection. This guy, oh, he's been doing it so long. He's got a privacy fence on his property I saw once with thousands of pairs of sunglasses. Thousands, man. Not hundreds, thousands. He's got barrels full of Civil War, you know, mini balls. Those things
Mm.
are worth like $8 a piece. He's got
Oh
thousands.
yeah.
If you ever seen a plate, what's called a plate, that came on the ammo satchel for both the Confederate and Union, it would either say US or CS, and it kind of looks
Mm.
like a belt buckle, but it wasn't. And
Yep.
and they're worth, back when I last one I saw was like 400 or 500 bucks easy for one of those. Well,
Yep.
I'm sure they're worth more now, and he's found many of those. It's like
I know
holy
what you're
cow.
talking about. They're harder to
Yeah.
find.
Oh yeah, but the dude knows his shit too. He's like, yeah, he's worth a watch. Aqua Chigger.
My granddad's buddy DC, he had a bunch of stuff like that. Of course, I was a kid, so I couldn't acknowledge the rarity or the interest or whatever it was at the time. But yeah, I remember he had stuff like that. A bunch of old Confederate money, a bunch of different type of monies over the U.S. over time. But I had a bunch. He had a big Confederate money collection. He's long gone now. Ain't no telling what happened to that stuff. His son probably
Those
got it.
kind of coins he just shared out on YouTube again is probably his best find ever. A whole hoard of silver coins, all right, in a river. But he also like the bottle dumps, and there's, if you know a little bit, it's like There are Coca-Cola bottles out there worth hundreds and hundreds of dollars. All right.
Oh, I know.
They're not all like
That's
that.
one
They're
of the
not
things
all
I
like that.
collect is Coca-Cola.
Well, there's a lot of them that aren't worth more than a couple bucks, even though they're really old. All right. But
Some
there's
definitely have
one.
more value.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And those things, you learn a lot just about plain old bottles, about the seams in it, how they were made, if they're fully blown, of course, if it's got a screw cap, it's going to be no older than 100 years old. So, and it goes on like that. You can just tell by looking at a bottle how old it is if you know the features.
Hmm.
Someday, I'll get me a metal detector someday. I actually have had them, but they were the military issue mine detection ones. They're huge, they're come in a giant case. You got to put them together. And they're not as good, nowhere near as good for what you want.
My stepfather, he collected all kinds of coins. He that was when I was out there taking care of him. He was always, "Where's my coins?" Carried them with him, hung on to them.
Even though I know some are of lesser value than others, I definitely know that some have more value than others. But I like finding sometimes people selling the older ones, and it'll have the different city or bottling places. I've got a bunch from different states, different bottling locations. Some are there, still there. Some are no longer there. I've
Mm-hmm.
definitely got a couple from Michigan, and I know I've got a couple from Texas somewhere in the collection. I know I've purchased or got along the way.
Mm.
When soda pop first really got popular, there was hundreds of brands that didn't make it. The the
Yeah,
brands that survive today pretty much absorbed all the smaller ones or
that's it.
brand amount business. And there's relics from those eras. So there's all kinds of soda pop bottles you'll find you've probably never even heard of. And but then you'll find like old Cokes and Vernors and stuff that still exists. It's just there's quite a history behind that. Soda fountains and all that. Dr. Pepper. Some of them were made for medicinal use even, or for whiskey chasers like Mountain Dew. I'd find these a lot, Watt. They were the original Mountain Dew bottle where it's got one hillbilly chasing the other hillbilly around the bottle with a shotgun, and people just like the graphics of it. So even though the bottle's pretty common, you could still probably get $5 a piece for a good one.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, I've got a few throughout the collection. That's different ones that are no longer here. Some that's just old vintage, or like you said, the old Mountain Dew ones, mainly Coca-Cola. But if I'll see
Well, then
something
you got the
else,
different size,
yeah,
like
different
they
sizes.
made
Yeah,
pint bottles. Yeah, they made pint bottles for certain pop brands, and those are even harder to find because they're easier to break.
yep. And it's funny you say a old bottle dumping spot because I know where one is, and I've got some bottles out of there. But it's been years since I went back. But it's on a property that's owned by some Mennonites, and I used to do work for them and stuff. And they told me back in the back they had a spot where you could fish at. And I said, "Do y'all mind if I go fishing?" He said, "Yeah, but you'll probably have to walk back there." I said, "I don't mind walking. But on my trails back there, I seen this big old like ravine and dip off, and I couldn't really see over the edge, but got around there, and it was just like years of just like old glass bottles, old bicycles, and different parts like that right there. And I grabbed a couple of them, over time. Each time I went back there to go fishing, I get me a couple of them. But I said, man, ain't no telling what's in there in that pile of
That's
old
a good
glass
spot.
bottles and stuff.
My secret spot is in a swampland's edge in national forest where a town used to be that nobody knows where it's at. Yeah, they still do make Royal Crown Cola, John. Yeah, mine would still. I know I could still go there and find a
Yeah,
bottle, but
RC
it's
Cola.
way
Yeah,
away
they
from
still
here.
make it. Yep.
That dump I'm talking about is hundreds of miles north of me here. Royal Crown Cola, RC Cola, is still one of the cheaper colas. When I do see it, John, it's probably the lowest price soda you can buy. I think they've always tried to keep it there. Did Bonnie fall asleep? Did you all fall asleep? Good thing we're not a part of that now, huh, Navy? Guess I'm the last sole survivor. Boy, have I been here in life. I was always the last one awake at the parties and the bars, and what fun is that? We're doing good, Ridge Runner. Imagine you got some snow here more than normal. They're probably all going to get munchies or something. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody out there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Relax, relax, relax. The vanilla wafers.
I think I'm back. I think I entered the Twilight Zone for a minute. Oof.
You? Heck, I'm up here thinking all you guys already went to sleep.
Man, I don't know what happened. Oof. Started chronologically organizing my Coca-Cola bottle collection, and it's just, I don't know.
Oh. Uh-huh.
I zoned out. I had bottle vision.
Yeah, what you want to do is take those metal detectors you get there, Watt, to like find where there's some old dance halls or old gas stations or something like that that's no longer there. Nobody knew about. Those are the places. Old swimming holes.
You said the
You
brand to
know,
look into is a Garrett.
that's what the aqua chigger recommends, and man, he can tell if it's iron or something good. You know,
Yeah, I
I
want
guess
something
that's
that
the
could be
trick.
able to distinguish, yeah, what was what. So it's, yeah, however it does it.
Ferrous to non-ferrous metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and real high pitch when he gets silver or gold. Really low honking noise when it's just iron. You know, and you're in the middle of nowhere. You might want to dig that iron. But if you're at a place next to a house or something, it's probably just a bunch of nails. So you want to turn it up and catch that high, maybe a piece of jewelry or something is going to be a lot different tone.
Yeah. Or like you said, just every now and then find a coin or something. But yeah, I found
Mm-hmm.
some treasures. Most of my treasures I've found has been stuff you couldn't find with a metal detector. Like I found various cutting tools and arrowheads, things of that nature, like certain pieces of pottery, um, stuff like that. I've just kind of stumbled across. Not really searching for it that day. That wasn't my intent, but found it. Still the same.
It's how I found them. I found arrowheads a couple times, and that's how it happens, man. You look down, you find one, and then somehow there's others there too. That's what always gets me is like
Yeah,
you're either
found
finding where
dozens.
they were trying to make them, or you're finding them where the kill zone was. Because you think that you'd only take one arrowhead.
Yeah, aim small, miss small.
The best one I ever found was twisted in a way that looked like it was meant to rotate in the air.
Hmm.
I mean, perfectly, almost like a prop, a two-blade prop of a boat. You know what I'm saying? Like each twist on one side countered the other twist on the other side, balanced perfectly.
This was an arrowhead.
Yes, a flint arrowhead.
Could be.
It had to have been a master who made it, man.
It was a different way of thinking, a different type of person. Before you had any type of firearm capacity or anything like that, when you had to make the tool that was getting everything you needed, the food and everything, definitely had a lot more care into something like that, especially when you only get so many shots. But I hope you get them on the first one.
The craziest shot I've ever saw was from I think it's a late 80s Ted Nugent VCR tape, all right? It's on VHS, it was like
Got the
called
VCR.
it was a Ted Nugent hunt video. And he's on one mountainside range, all right? And he's looking across the valley to another mountainside ridge. And I'm talking, it looked like it's a mile away, all right? And he looks at the camera, he says, "Don't ever try this, all right? Because I know what I'm doing," all right? And this goat was crossing on a trail on the other mountain, and when it was running, it ran behind a bush. Well, he lobbed that arrow at an arc as big as the McDonald's M, all right? Straight up. And it, when that goat came out running from the other side of that bush, that arrow met him there. Bam! Right in the pumper, man. It was the craziest shot I've ever seen, Watt. And it's on an old VHS tape. I've looked for it on the internet, can't seem to find it.
What was he hunting?
Goat, mountain goat.
Oh,
Yep, that too, Dave. Especially when like when Trigger's doing that in the river. He finds it with the big detector, and then he starts poking around with that pinpointer and pulls up handfuls of muck and tests it, throws it. With that pinpointer, it's a lot more efficient. Little
yeah.
handheld wand.
How much you think one of those would set you back for the
I
metal
think I saw
detector and the wand?
like I think they were around $300 from what I saw
The wand,
for just the pinpointer.
yeah, the pinpointer.
They're waterproof and got a little lanyard on them.
What does that? What does that break it down to? Let you know, like gold or different type of metals.
No, let's say you got the big detector out and you're doing a riverbed.
Yeah.
and it's silty and mucky, and when you try to dig, you can't locate the item pinpointing it with the bigger paddle. So you use this little handheld thing, and you can pick handfills up and run it over your hand, know if you picked it up.
Oh, fine
You could
tune it.
also
I got
use
you.
it to like point right where it is that you're looking for, into the muck and shit.
Yeah, that would definitely come in handy.
And they use it out of the water too, but that's just most practical application.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Goodness. 700.
I think that's for the big ones, but if the pinpointers are $700, woo doggy, that's gonna. Can't imagine what the regular ones are gonna cost. And then,
I'm definitely gonna look into it. Still treasure left to be found for sure.
he's even gone over to Europe. You ever seen mudlarking?
I can't say I have or I haven't.
Mudlarking is where they'll drain the rivers over there, like the Thames River, and then
Oh yeah,
they go around and pick up whatever they find, motorcycles and bicycles and who knows what. They find swords and things people just didn't want, or they found, like burial
things that
things
weren't
from,
supposed to be found.
yeah, yes, lots of that stuff. And they call it mudlarking, but he's done that. He's meddled texts over there too, but that's in a different realm. We got a few hundred years of metal history in our country, 500 in some places, I guess. But over there, it can get a lot older.
Oh yeah. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, Anthony. Those are good times. Actually, growing up first 9 years of my life, there was fruits and trees of all kinds of stuff growing all over the place. And people had gardens on top of it. I did carry a salt and pepper shaker in my pocket at times of my childhood. And gooseberries, you guys ever have gooseberries? The neighbor used to grow gooseberries, man, and I would almost eat myself sick on those.
What they taste like?
They're like a they're like a big grape, I guess. They're big and you can kind of transparent skins. You can see like veins through them, green vein kind of.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think they grow around here, but I think I have had them.
They're not very common. I know that.
I don't think they grow around here. I've never heard anybody growing them or having them.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Anthony. Yep. They're green when they're ripe when they're green.
Now we have something similar to the grape. We have like the muscadines and the scuppernong. Uh, we have them that grow around here. They're pretty good.
Bonnie's probably just waiting for me to tell some horrible story about going out and eating vegetables or fruit and some kid getting killed or something.
She's ready to Google it. Side effects for too many gooseberries.
Yep, he overdosed on gooseberries.
Yep. Man, you don't want to be that guy. Man, he probably wasn't good at duck goose either.
Oh, let's see. We had blackberries, black raspberries. We had blueberries. We had there's two kinds of grapes I remember as a kid. Then we had them gooseberries. Uh, we had the apple trees. We had the cherry trees. We had There was a lot to eat if I think about it, man. I remember being able to walk through the pastures and stuff, even, just in the woods in general, and finding all kinds of stuff, Seems like there used to be a whole lot to eat.
This was what, like in and around the Michigan area?
Yeah, about 45 miles north of Detroit, and that was the 60s, early 70s when I lived around there, you know.
Yeah, we would get grapes and dewberries, peaches.
Oh, pawpaws. You guys ever have pawpaws?
Oh yeah, pawpaws, yeah.
No, figs.
May apples. You
I
ever
love
seen those?
figs.
Hmm. I still feel like
What's,
I'm missing something. Like I'm.
what's the difference in a mayapple?
What was that?
What's the difference in a mayapple?
Well, a May apple is actually rounder. A pawpaw is more oblong, And
Mm.
pawpaws, boy, they only last for a minute. Once those goes ripe, everything in the forest wants to eat them, and they got like a day to last before they're rotten. When those
Yeah,
go, you got to be ready for the
gotta eat
pawpaws
them
when they're.
then.
Probably true, maybe. Especially if you eat too many of them, or probably when they're not ripe enough. Yeah, I don't know. Also, probably if you never had them before, you know. But then we have morale mushrooms. You guys got that around down there in Georgia and Texas? 'Cause that's a big deal up here. Morale mushroom hunting's
Northern Georgia,
it's
up in the mountains.
Yeah, I don't
a
see
big
many
deal.
mushrooms. I have moss growing on my tree. I was all excited about that because it's supposed to be
Don't eat
good
it.
for.
Don't eat it.
No, I'm not going to eat it. I'm going to let it grow because it's supposed to be
Yeah, make you
atmosphere.
some moth soup.
One thing cool about moss is bugs don't like it.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I just remember seeing a video of this man. He was in a forest, moss everywhere, and he was like, "Look at all this. This is amazing." Talking about how good it was for the environment.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, I didn't never eat that, G-Ma. We
Jim, I
did
said,
used to throw it at each other a lot.
moss is not good for the environment.
Dang, this just happened?
I don't know what kind of moss you're talking about. You guys down there got something called Spanish moss. It's out in the
Yes.
Georgian swamp.
Oh, I love the Spanish moss.
The moss we have up here is like a green velvet grows on the ground.
It's when you know you're in the swamp or around the water when you start seeing that.
Well, I'm not in the swamp, but it's
It's
a
called sphagnum moss.
oh that bugs don't like moss. That's what it's
Oh, yeah.
BS.
Well, that's not really because I could take the moss like I used to take. We had an old tree farm. It had been left alone for 50 years. So all kinds of shit was just growing wild, and all I did was clean out all the jack pine and fruit trees. Everything went nuts. Anyways, I'd take that moss because you could still see the ruts from they originally plowed it, and the moss grew in that low stuff. And I'd just pull it out of there in piles. I used to make bedding. I'd lay it in one of those ridges, and I could pile it up like a foot of moss. That was like the softest bed you could imagine, and it keeps you warm.
Yeah.
And the bugs don't like it. You'll never find bugs nesting in that, not up in Michigan's moss. You know, maybe you guys down there got some different bugs, different moss, but up here it's a pretty good bet that nothing's going to crawl up on you if you're laying on it.
Yeah. Good insulator.
I'll show you.
Uh-oh.
I want to paint it. This
What was that,
just
Bonnie?
I'll show you a picture of it. I want to paint it. I want to paint a picture of it, not
Is it
paint.
hanging kind of gray from the trees?
It's not hanging. I'm going to show you. Oh, I got to. Okay, just a minute. Email.
You can even use that moss to build in the lower part of your shelters or something if you had to, you know, bushwhack a bivouac. And it's pretty good for that, too.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of build with it.
Good camouflage and insulator.
Dude, I loved. Still, I can just picture it and smell it right now. Thinking about it, just laying in the Michigan pine forest up there. I could find a bed of moss, kick back. The sun would bake all the pines, and it would be a really unique smell that you would get. You know, not just like the normal pine smell, but a hot summer day pine smell. I miss that.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I love it.
Why? You sound like you're getting sleepy.
I was time traveling. I was time traveling for a minute.
Oh,
Almost went back to the summer of '97.
That Kid Rock song, man, the real deal. Up in northern Michigan.
Oh, that somebody's got a drip.
that takes forever.
See, trying to.
I think that's black
I
watch
really can't
again.
get that very big, but
I'm bigger in it. But see the way the trees are growing weird right there, and then that's growing on it. That's moss, right?
I don't know. I don't know what that is. Could be alien of nature. I don't know, man. It looks pretty sketchy to me. Don't touch it.
I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna paint a picture of those trees.
I don't know what it is, man. It's growing straight up out of the tree trunk.
It's like
It's more
laying
like a
on.
thing. Man. I thought I saw something sprouting straight up about 6, 8 inches.
No, see, that's on that. There's a little bit over here. That it's
Leeching? It could be leeching. You can eat some of that. The people survived on leeching off of rocks in the Arctic. That's all they had to eat.
That's what that looks. Is
no.
it gray?
Yeah, this right here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all that is.
It's the size of my thumbnail, no matter what I do, Bonnie, so I can't really see.
It's leaching.
Yeah, leaching grows on rocks and trees, and you know, it's I think it's all edible. I think the survival book said that all leeching is edible because I remember hearing how Inuits and stuff could eat that stuff right off the rock.
See how it's like a circle? I stand there and I look at those trees and it's like those are just so
Lichen,
cool.
lichen. Yeah, she's probably right because I've only read it. I haven't heard anybody ever say that word. It's probably called lichen.
This one's gonna go. I think that's a cedar. Yes, it's a cedar. I can see that one's gonna go.
Your cedars aren't very straight. They love them for fence posts. You know, you can put a little
Yes.
creosote on a cedar fence post and it'll last a long time.
Yep. It's called lichen.
Scrapper knows what that was. She said, let's call it a. Can't
Forest.
see because the little dots in the way. Somebody's got to
Forest,
type
Cheryl.
something. Gnarly.
Look, Cheryl, you got moss named after you.
That's how them jack pines in that property I was talking about grew. They were all growing in all different directions. Really ugly grub pines, some people call them. And the more of that stuff I cut out of there, the hardwoods just took off, man. I mean, in 10 years, the hardwoods would have more than doubled in size just because they got more light and space. And
Hmm. That's right out my back door.
every
This
time
wood.
I found an apple tree somewhere, I'd trim all that dead apple wood off of them, use that for cooking. And the more you trim up those apple trees, the bigger the apples get every year. Next thing you know, you can turn crab apples into big old juicy wrap. It makes a difference. You can bring old trees back. I've done it. Didn't even know I was doing it, and I did. I was just after the firewood, and then the trees got healthier the more I took off of them.
Hmm.
Twice in my life, I found old orchards that used to be on farms. The farms were long gone, and nobody even knew the orchards were out there. And and the deer did. I mean, the critters all knew it was there, but you just, trim some of the trees up. They'll start producing.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. The crepe myrtles up front. They looking kind of puny.
There's no better wood to cook on than applewood in my mind. You get that, and it's hard to cut off the trees. It's not easy. You can't just snip it off with a hatchet like you think. But boy, if it's still attached to the tree, it's dry and it's seasoned and ready to go.
Huh.
And I stayed a little while on a cherry farm, John. That was pretty fun. I ate more cherries. They had like three kinds. They had like tart. I don't remember all the names, but there was three kinds of cherries up in Traverse City, Michigan. They are. They got a cherry festival. Traverse City's known for cherries, but the whole area's got cherry trees and apricots and all kinds of different fruit trees.
Oh, I love apricot too.
So the trees that have the cherry blossoms on them, are they cherry trees?
Well, there's a dogwood that looks like cherry blossoms at the right time of the year that doesn't produce anything. There's another one that flowers like that too. I know one of them's a dogwood and can't remember the other. But yeah, no, not all of them that flower produce fruit.
Okay. I was just
So, I
wondering,
mean,
like the runs around the White House.
I don't know.
They're really pretty.
I know they got some oriental variants of trees and stuff. I remember like this is way back in the 70s. We had this. It was an orange tree, but it was a miniature orange tree. It had like marble-sized oranges that you couldn't eat at all. They were like poison.
Yeah, ornamental.
Yep.
Hmm. Dogwood fruits.
Well, I don't mean, yeah, okay, dogwood might fruit, but I mean that we eat. I mean like apples, because an apple, you know, she's so technical sometimes. You know, I just can't get it right.
No, we're just all idiots.
It's all right. It just betters us. Now I know it's called lichen. You know what I mean? Instead of leeching, because I've read it as leeching for I don't know how long. I have to lichen that.
I never heard of liking. Leeching. I think of pulling leeches off of something or somebody. It's TV versus reality.
Well, I haven't had a TV in a long time, so I don't know.
Yeah, but most of the things that I've seen are on a TV. I haven't been to the White House to see it personally. I just see pictures or
We literally haven't watched or owned a TV since 2008, and even before then, wasn't that impressed with it and hardly ever used it. And it just when they switched over to the digital, and then you had to buy a box. I was done. I don't need it. The internet, you can find anything.
and that's the thing is it it's mostly on YouTube. But all the pictures that I have seen of Vermont, that was one state that I always wanted to see. I don't know if it still looks that way, but it used to be really beautiful.
It would be a lot of work, I think, Gma. I mean, to scrape all that off a rock. I've seen it grown. It doesn't look very thick. It doesn't look very plentiful. You'd have to be pretty desperate to eat that stuff, I think. But it's in the survival book. I think it's more
This
common
yes.
in like tundra. Well, yes, it is, John. No question. Look at us. We're part of it.
Wait, we're in the internet, so we're
That's
all
what I think.
full of
Yeah, so
BS.
yeah, we did. I caught it. Strawberry fields forever.
Lot of fungus. Some taste better. I don't know if I'd eat fungus.
I've tried quite a few mushrooms. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of good ones, Bonnie, but I don't know if Texas has got much of that. You guys got cactus though. I tried the prickly pear and stuff, but you guys got other cactus I haven't been able to try. And I want to try the yucca. I haven't tried that. Pine nuts, that's somewhere out west. I haven't tried those. A few
Hey,
things out
Sean.
there I'd like to try.
True, John.
Yeah, coming from more than just a couple directions too, John. It's like multifaceted bullshit.
It is. We've got a court case going on right now. A bunch of high schoolers or students are walking out of the school. You know how we used to do Well, I don't know if you did, but we did.
I
We'd do a
skipped a lot of
walk.
school. That's what you mean. I was like the school skipping champion.
No, I'm not skipping school, but we'd do a walkout and just all go sit in the parking lot lines or in a big old circle, whatever. And it could be over hot meals for lunch or we didn't like something. And
I can never remember being involved in that, but sounds awesome.
it it was. And so that's where that was one of the things that I was reading today too. Is so okay, all these kids are walking out and making a stand for whatever. I'm not even going to get into what they're standing for because it triggers everybody. And so someone said, I wouldn't let my kid do that. And I said, I disagree. We don't stand, we fall. And so, yes, there's a difference in a protest. One of the articles was actually breaking it down and showing how the what's going on right now is a psychological thing. I think it was a Navy SEAL or somebody who was breaking it down. Maybe it was a video. I don't know, but he was saying how it's so organized. Ev- it, they even have the call signs. They have it's like a military operation, is the way he was seeing it. It was just like how they were trained to do over in Iraq, Afghanistan, wherever he was.
Yeah.
So that's in the, but that's what I have been seeing is it's not, and so everyone's seeing all these videos, all these different things, even with the boots on the ground people showing you live footage. That doesn't mean that it's exactly what you're seeing. It's it's
You ain't got to
it's
tell me, sister. I'm quite
it's to
aware.
do exactly what it's doing. It's dividing the country.
They're trying.
Yes.
That's nothing really new. It's the way I see all the racism and the race riots of the 60s and all that stuff. I see it the same way. People playing us like pawns.
Yes. And it's kind of
It's funny.
heartbreaking to see people
uh,
falling for every single bit of it. And
And
I
it should be telling to everyone what they broadcast the most. You know, what is it that they put in your face the most? That should be it is. There's, the media and everything's been compromised. You know all that. Everybody here knows that.
mm-hmm.
And it is propaganda and disinformation and misinformation from multiple different angles, and it's just that's I don't even pay much heed to it like I used to, Bonnie. All right, I go on with my day.
Thank you, John. That's a good one.
Especially when a news story first comes out, Bonnie. I'm not going to even talk about it the first day. I'm going to wait it out because I know for the next 2 weeks the story's going to change a dozen times, and then before it lands on the official narrative. You know, it's like that with everything now.
Yep.
The hold back video footage. make everybody think one thing, and then at the last moment they show the real video footage and it blows their whole fucking narrative out the water. But the last year of the narrative was already there, so there's people programmed and everybody believes that because they didn't see the truth.
Order out of chaos. It's that. What's it called? Problem, reaction, solution.
Engineered destruction. I don't know how the heck I'm landing on this subject every time I go on a panel, though.
Night, Sean. Do what?
Nothing.
Blackwatch, are you with us?
Yeah, I did the dishes.
Well, take the pot out from under the faucet.
Oh, shit, is that doing that again?
Yes.
Thought somebody was filling up a swimming pool the slow way.
Damn it. That's a so-called brand new faucet.
Yes, again, Anthony.
Not my fault. I only live here.
I know. But thank you. It's better now. You can refuse, but it makes it hard. Well, life hadn't been easy anyway.
Well, I guess the more rebellious you are, the more you're going to pay for it.
Well, it's okay. I'm not gonna let it fall and just stand and watch it. It's not in me. I can't do it.
Everything seems to happen in such slow motion. I don't know if we're going to be here to see it, Bonnie. Shit. This is the
I
longest
probably
fucking apocalypse I've ever lived through. What the fuck is going on?
Snowpocalypse too.
Yeah. But my
It's weird,
kids,
man. Shit that we knew, like this 2020 election, all of us knew it was rigged and stolen. It was fucking obvious. And now 5 years later, it's like, oh yeah, it's rigged and it was stolen. No. Really?
mm-hmm. But that's just it. They don't want us to think. They don't want us to remember history. That's all you got to do right now is look back in history. This is all a repeat.
Well, Gmail could tell you all about that. It's a cycle. You can't stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful.
Good grief, man. What are you doing?
He
Can't
fucking
put
loves
anything
that
metal in the
microwave.
microwave.
He loves that thing, Matt. I've heard that thing on panel I don't know how many times.
It
I
sounds
think he
like
plays it like a musical instrument.
I'm surprised it'll open and shut. He's slamming that door.
like a calliope, a one-man calliope.
Yeah.
Yes, Anthony.
Dang,
Sure.
Cheryl, you know what I think about the Epstein files? I think if they got fucking evidence of people doing evil fucking things to children and underage people, that they ought to just fucking arrest us and tell us about it instead of fucking tell us for years if they did something and nothing ever happens. It's like, how do you make somebody guilty before they've been tried in a fucking court of law? All right. So if they're, done something, the authorities should be the ones in there nabbing those people, taking them to court, and finding them guilty if they're guilty. Why do we got fucking, where? There's just something wrong with the whole fucking thing.
Well, first of all, most of those people are billionaires. So,
Well, I know, but if they got a list, I don't give a shit about a list. What about if they say they got the videotapes, they were using it as a honey pot, they fucking, taping people and using it against them and shit? Well, they've got those tapes then. So, those tapes ought to be enough to put those people in fucking prison forever or worse. So
yeah,
why they just did not do that?
yeah.
I don't really care who flew over there because it could be the fucking cleaning lady who never knew nothing about it. They're playing games with us with that shit is what they're doing.
You hear. It has to go on. Why?
What's up, Garrett? Here's my point.
Yes, Gary.
If me and Bonnie robbed a bank, all right, they'll put out an all points bulletin if they know who it is. They're gonna come and get us. They ain't gonna tell the world that we did this and not do anything. They're
Right.
gonna come and get us. They're gonna take care of business, and that's how that what used to work, man. You don't
You'd have to
let it
say your
sit
name
for
was
years.
Clyde. That way you could be Bonnie and Clyde.
Well, the problem is that the people let the elite and government and all of that have the power to do what they're doing. I think, possibly, allegedly.
Oh, you gotta wake people up. I've heard all that shit, but man, it went on a long time.
Yes, you're not in the club.
I
300
don't want to
club.
be in that club. Don't want to be in that club.
Mm-mm. I don't want to be in it either.
I like it right the way it is. Not affiliated with any groups or organizations.
And Gma is so right. They always find a scapegoat. And that's been going on since back in the mafia, back, way back.
Black Watch, your microphone can pick up a mouse in your cupboard.
Yeah, when I first looked at getting one, it was like $300 for a C920. So I came up with, including tax, $42. But it's more sensitive than a $500. I don't know. Is what it is, I guess. I don't know. I'm happy with it, and I could afford it at the time. Uh, yes, it's very sensitive.
I know the sounds of your microwave perfectly now.
Well, well, Watt would fix my damn kettle, but he's screwing around in the snow.
Give me your address. I'll send you one. I have two now.
Yeah. Like they say, it happens in threes, right? This goes, that goes, this goes.
I have heard that theory.
And if you're not able to do it, you're expendable.
Well, now y'all just give me a piss poor attitude for the rest of the night. I gotta go find something good to watch. What do you call that? Greenland? Yeah.
Oh, Carl.
What is it? Greenland? You called it?
Oh
It's
no,
got a happy
don't watch
ending.
that.
Oh, okay, all right. No happy ending there, huh?
Yeah, if you're looking for a mood booster, don't watch that right now.
Gma, that's what they say.
Not unless you can get a one-way ticket to Greenland.
You know, that's another psyop. Greenland ain't fucking green, and Iceland ain't fucking full of ice. They were the Vikings that were fucking with people back then.
Yeah, intercontinental Viking psyop.
Exactly. Those motherfuckers sail all the way over there and go, what the fuck, man? It was supposed to be green. This motherfucking place sucks.
Gotcha, sucker.
So, have y'all seen Viking clothes? They are, I am really liking that look.
Okay, well, you know, I was thinking like a Red Sonja thing. Where are you going with this?
Yeah.
They have these sweater stockings that are, and they got intricate designs on them. They are pretty. They have
I guarantee if you get that get up, you're going to get a whole lot more viewers.
no,
Go.
they have the long coats that are that have the almost all of it has some kind of embroidery. I really like it. Even whenever I was designing clothes, it was kind of that look. That I used to draw my wardrobes, my dream wardrobes.
There's an idea, Carl. You could go watch Melania's movie. You only have an excess of 6,999,012 tickets.
John, you're not wearing a kilt?
That movie sounds like a chick flick to me, Black Watch.
Melania? Think about it, Melania.
Who was?
I watched a review on it. It was hilarious.
Gma would know. Who was it that wore the really cool clothes? Was it Stevie Nicks or Bonnie Raitt?
Well, it depends on your taste.
The
Bonnie Raitt always wore this cowled sweater that was all the way full length. You know, like even maybe had little like fur cuffs on the end of the sleeves and stuff. I remember wearing that all the time.
They didn't kind of hang and
Maybe no, that's Stevie Nicks. She had stuff hanging up all around her on her microphone, all just like Steven Tyler, just shit hanging all over.
Stevie Nicks. Oh, witchy. Well, I don't want to look witchy, but I like the style. And so I guess, so the kids now call it Gothic. It's kind of a mix between Goth, Renaissance, and
I don't know, but you got to be careful with that manifestation shit. Remember they kept saying dude looks like a lady? Now fucking Steven Tyler looks like somebody's old aunt.
Yeah, dude looks like a lady.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Oh no.
Yes, she was beautiful, but I really liked her clothes.
No, she used to have the feathers clipped on her like them roach clip feathers. Remember those back in the day?
Yes, yes, I do.
I think they're making a comeback.
I wasn't a big fan of Stevie Nicks. She looked just like one of my ex girlfriends. That shit, you're not.
Chima. Yeah, exactly, Jerry. That's that last song I played. I was like, listen to the words to the
Oh well.
Jelly Roll. Did y'all like Meatloaf? The group?
When he
Or the,
sang on Ted Nugent's album, I sure did. He did the whole. He did the whole side B of Free for All. Sang
really?
for Ted Nugent on that album. Yep. Most people didn't even know it back then, but that's him because Derek St. Holmes and Ted Nugent were getting along or something, and he ended up taking the reins and he sang Together, I Love You So I Told You a Lie, um, Street Rats, and what else? Together, did I say that one?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he sang the side B of that album, but not many knew it.
Oh my goodness, John. He sucked.
The thing is, I gotta agree with her on one point. I remember getting the album called "Bat Out of Hell" in the '70s. It was late '70s or so, and it
Mm-hmm.
had such a kick-ass album cover. It was like Meatloaf. Everybody was talking about it, and then I put it on and went, "What the hell is this?" I mean, it
See,
really was not what I was expecting at the time. So it was not one of my favorites. Even though I liked the Ted Nugent stuff, I couldn't really listen to the Meatloaf albums, even though that Paradise by the Dashboard Light is funny as hell.
I liked a couple of his. Hey, Vicky. I don't know.
That Silverman sued Meatloaf for 25 million bucks when he only had about 9 because of collaboration on the album.
On whose album?
Well, through 2 out of 3 ain't bad and all that, because he did come up with some of the lyrics, and Silverman said, "No, you didn't." He sued him for 25 million. I won't do that. But anyway, by then Meatloaf was on a walker. That
Jerry said Bad Out of Hell. Is it his top 10 album?
Well, I owned it, but it wasn't in the top 10. Didn't even make the cut, man. It would have been like all ZZ Top and Ted Nugent and, Leonard Skinner and Deep Purple and Led Zeppelin and, the essentials. Meatloaf would have been way down the line.
Hey, Lauren.
What's up, Sigma? And even Aerosmith, man. The first 7 albums from Aerosmith, I really like those. The 80s, not so much.
Yeah, a lot of them changed. Peter it's Peter. Peter
Well, that is
Gabriel.
another word for, you know,
I like him. Is that his
you
name,
must know
Peter?
about France.
Peter Gabriel? Is that his name? He's good.
Did you see Meatloaf in Edmonton? And he was going, I'll do anything for love. And he rolls around on the stage. He passed out holding on the microphone.
Didn't he like turn into a vampire in that video, Blackwatch?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I think so.
But yeah.
Oh, Peter Green.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter Green. Okay.
Yeah, people these days don't even know what kind of work it was to have an album collection and listen to music. You'd have to be really careful with your albums. You couldn't let your foolish friends touch them for nothing. You had to protect them, and you couldn't touch the groove. So you had to learn how to touch the albums right and flip them without scraping them and dropping the needle on them and all that. And it was like quite a bit, especially if you only want to listen to one song on one album. It's not like it is today, is it?
Yeah.
No, but I still ever get everything situated. I'm gonna go get those albums. My son-in-law saw my little record player and he was like, "No way!" And he's all, "This is so cool." Like he's
Didn't
never.
have good voice sampling. Didn't have all this stuff. When I DJ'd, Bonnie, you had to have 2 turntables so you could jump from one album to the other, song to song. You had to know where the song was on what album, and it was. You had to do it all. It was timing, man. It was a lot of timing involved back in the day. There's nothing
Yeah,
like it now. They put it on a tape and they play it.
a disc.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if you can get those little inserts that went in a 45.
Oh, I see them on eBay. I have seen them on eBay.
Really?
Yeah.
You can get a plastic thing that slides down the spindle and it accepts a 45. You don't need the plastic thing.
Okay.
There's a few kinds, actually. There's a few kinds. There's a little yellow disc they had that you would snap into the album. Then there was the part that would sometimes come with the phonograph itself. It would be almost look like a magazine or a clip out of a pistol or something, and it slides over the center. And those ones, if you remember, they could hold a couple albums above the other album and drop them when it was done.
Yes. Yeah, mine don't have that.
From the guys I've talked to, it's about the stylus. You can get an old Technics or Onkyo turntable that was worth a lot of money when we were young. Get a nice turntable. But you might have trouble finding the stylus.
Yeah. I've seen where they're still selling record players.
I think I've seen some new ones too. Like they're trying to bring that a little bit back.
Yep.
I knew some people that bought those Bow systems. You know, they were like a tabletop stereo that would play 8-track, cassette, and record, but they were probably the 90s, early 2000s they were making.
They still make those too. It'll play a CD, cassette, or a record.
You know, I'm looking for a 70s cassette deck for this truck. I got me a brand new, it looks brand new, Ted Nugent Weekend Warriors cassette that's just waiting to be played in it.
As many pawn shops as you have around you,
I
you should,
find them, but I want one that's nice. I want one that doesn't, I want a specific one.
yeah.
I don't want any fancy LED remote control clip off face modern nothing, you know. Yeah, like I got one of those I give away. JBC, a nice one. I don't really want. It's
I
funny,
know.
those new radios in the new cars and stuff, they got like flipping 60 wires coming out of them, you know. The old ones had like 8. It's a whole different realm, man. It's
I think the song I played at the beginning was done with AI.
a lot of that going around.
I try not to do that, but it fit. It fit. Snow in the South.
I know a couple guys that got old 70s high fidelity systems, you know, and it really is a different realm, you know. With all this modern technology, we've lost sound.
Hmm. Frequencies
Those are,
matter.
when was the last time you heard a song in quadraphonic sound? Who here, I know Scrapper has enjoyed the song Whole Lot of Love, the quadraphonic high fidelity sound system? I knew you'd say, yeah.
I don't have a good sound system. Want one. Wrong person, Lauren.
Cheryl, that song was recorded in quadraphonic stereo, meaning that you could hear 4 different things in 4 different speakers if you had the system.
Used to be, well, my dad's house had it. They had intercoms all through the house, and you could put music on, and you heard it in every room.
You know, used to be a selling point from the upper class subdivisions. All
Mhm.
had intercoms like that.
And even outdoors.
That's pretty cool. You could talk to each other through them too.
Yeah.
87 years old, and the cops still come and make him turn it down. I
Mm.
love it. That's what my daughter's always crapping at me. Mom, do you think you have it loud enough? Can you turn it down a little?
Mm.
And I'm like, isn't this supposed to be the other way around?
I don't know if I ever told you this, Bonnie. In 1979, I built a stereo. All right. Had two 800-watt PV amplifiers. One of those would power a whole band, a live band. I had a 400-watt Korg amplifier. I had two 32-band DOD equalizers. I had a Technics and an Onkyo turntable. I had a system that was over 2,000 watts, JVC tuner, Techniques wing antenna, the best shit you could get in those years. And I had to build my speakers because they didn't make anything close. It had to be like band stacks. So I made my own speakers using JBL, 250-watt woofers, three in each cabinet, six of those. And I had Tiger Stadium, the baseball stadium here in Detroit. When they replaced some stuff, a guy I knew got a hold of two of their dispersion chambers. They were like 16 port horns that I bolted 350-watt JBL drivers on. They're like tweeters. I didn't need a mid range because with those powered tweeters and those woofers, it equalized out. I didn't need a mid range. And I had a stereo system that the first time I turned it up, every light bulb in my mom's house that wasn't on broke. All right. Every light that was on was okay, but every filament and every light bulb in the house was vibrating from the sound so much that it broke the filaments. And that was like my first clue that it was like it could do some damage. And then I broke a few windows, the neighbors' windows. But there was one party that I did do that it was at the T of a road. He was right on the corner. I broke windows in three directions, three houses down on all three directions. 9 houses I broke their windows out. The cops came several times to this. They threatened me. I had to really back off on that because they were going to ticket me and the owner. But yeah, I had a stereo system that it could fucking break shit. And I DJ'd for a few years until a little after MTV started.
Cheryl, I don't like earbuds. For one, they hurt my ears, but it just doesn't sound the same. It's not. I want every little note. I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't sound. Headset isn't too bad, but it's still not the same either. Having it on a good system.
I set this system up at a graduation party outdoors in Oxford, Michigan, and people 3.5 miles over in a different town in Lake Orion, Michigan started coming to the sound. People showing up because they heard the Black Sabbath from 3.5 miles away.
Somewhere out here, someone plays some good music. I don't know where it's at or where it's coming from, but every so often. I can hear them jamming out.
If I had a lot of money, I would have something like that again. This time it's going to be built into the truck where I can hit a switch to use the speakers outside or inside.
There you go. They make RVs like that now too. You seen that?
Well, I'm not surprised. I've worked on some, seen some of those, but I got it wired up. I just can't afford the equipment. I did when I insulated it and took all the walls apart. I put real heavy gauge several runs of speaker wire through there, so I can actually do that when I can afford it or get the part. Either or. Sometimes I find stuff really cheap too, so there's always that chance, you know. Maybe some government liquidation auction where they're, you know, selling off government loudspeakers or something. It can happen.
Yeah, I don't watch the Grammys. And Cheryl, that's why. That's a part of why. They're all just sick.
I don't want none of that. Anything. I really don't want stuff like that.
Mm-mm.
I will watch movies though. I'll find a movie and watch a movie or old TV shows. I watched all of Little House on the Prairie over. I watched, $6 Million Man, the whole series over. Shit like that. Sometimes I get into.
Yeah.
Something like that I sure appreciate at this age more than I did as a kid, like Little House on the Prairie. That I appreciated way more at this age.
Because they're doing the stuff.
Yep, they're doing the stuff.
Excuse
There's
me.
another one like that. What was it?
But it's TV.
Old man told me when I was a kid that TV was the world's greatest waste of time. And that just stuck with me, man. I did watch a lot of TV when I was young. On Saturday mornings. That's when you had cartoons and shit when I was growing up. But other than that, prime time, maybe a couple times a week. I've known
But,
people who sit on a couch in front of a TV all their dang lives, Bonnie. I don't get that.
yeah. But I mean, real life wasn't quite like that. Not in my grandma's time. It was, maybe the Waltons is a little closer, but
Yeah,
even
that was the one I was trying to think of, the Walton.
but even still not quite.
Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night, John Ball. Good night, Brenda.
I have pictures of my grandmother's family standing outside the little store that they owned. The store looked like an old shed that we would have, like old, with the gray wood and patched together. The clothes that they wore were almost rags.
I keep meaning to post this picture of my grandpa, sitting on his porch in Amarillo, Texas, right in the middle of the Dust Bowl,
Excuse me.
right during the Dust Bowl, the worst of it.
Did you have shoes on?
Yeah, he did.
Hmm.
Did he ever make it by morning?
I'm sure he did.
Hmm.
I've made Amarillo by morning a couple times.
I've never been up that far. I mean, I went to Oklahoma, but not through Panhandle.
That's
Lot.
okay.
So,
Well, everybody will tell you, you get up that way, there's a place called the Big Texan, and they're famous
yes,
for their monstrous steaks. But the place is a good restaurant.
Shane was always talking about that. He would send his son down there to get him one.
What I remember is they actually have a giant cowboy out in front of the restaurant
Hmm.
waving at you.
Yeah.
What, like the casino in Vegas?
Yeah, like one of them deals.
But he's a funny looking cowboy, isn't he?
Ain't they all? No, I'm just kidding. Ah.
No.
Hmm.
I wanted to be a cowboy when I was like 5, or I got pictures of it and everything, and cowboy boots and the six gun on my side. They even got one of me holding a guitar with the cowboy hat and the whole 9 yards.
Hmm.
My grandpa had loaded guns everywhere you could fucking reach. All right, I'm not even kidding. There were so many guns and knives in that house and pipes. He smoked a pipe, and he had
Yep.
racks of pipe, and there was just he gave me guns at like age 3 and shit. It was like there. I told you, my mom had more guns than any gal I ever knew. There was just guns. That's how I remember Texas. My uncles down there, they had guns. Everybody had guns.
Well, even whenever then they would wear these little belts with a little silver pistol in a holster on the side. It was,
Well, my mom collected ladies' guns. Some of them were like the size of a Zippo lighter. It'd only shoot 222 shells. Some of them were Derringers. Some of them were like stocking
yeah,
guns. She even had pepper boxes, and she even had that wrist contraption and shit. She had a bunch of collectible, you know, dainty little weapons. you know,
yeah, kind of Cheryl. We have a lot of them here that, um, oh, what's it called at the rodeo? Mutton busting or something like that. Or
well, it's 40 below, and I don't give a fuck. Got a heater in my truck, and I'm off to the rodeo. I'm getting right. Get your left foot out if you don't. Piss me off. You fucking jerk. You get on my nerves. Well, here comes Johnny with the pecker in his hand. He's a one ball man, and he's off to the rodeo. Have you ever heard that one, Bonnie?
yes, we have an arena where they start teaching them bull riding young, pretty young.
My dad had the very first, and I don't know of any today, but he had the first rodeos in Michigan, right, in the 1950s. There was I don't even know where it went. We had a scrapbook full of all kinds of newspaper clippings and stuff about the rodeos he had in Leonard, Michigan back in the 50s. I'm sure that was for my mother's benefit, is all I'm saying.
No, Cheryl, I don't see that. Um, Yeah, I don't see that. Cowboy churches are real popular around here. Have you ever heard of them?
Cowboy
Cowboy churches?
church.
Yeah.
Well, that evokes quite an image. I don't know. Tell me more.
It's just cowboy church, and
Is it out on
they're
the
the one
fence row?
do what?
Is it out on the fence row? Is it in a building or what?
Yeah, they have a building, but mm, all of them have an arena also, and that's where they teach the bull riding or bronc or
Oh, man.
whatever.
It's a
It
slang term.
well, but that's what they're called, cowboy church.
No.
Like almost every town has one.
No, one show I had forgotten about was Bat Masterson. Remember that guy?
Yeah. Chuck Connors and the Rifleman.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of good ones. We was talking about combat and Rat
Yeah.
Patrol.
Yeah. My dad loved combat. Wouldn't talk about war, but every Friday night, combat, Vic Morrow.
It was a good show.
No, it was, yeah, black and white television.
It,
Did you hear that train been going by for like the last 10 minutes?
it's Groundhog Day. I need to tell my best friend happy birthday. Night be charming. Thank you for coming
I've
in.
seen hide in the hair of a single groundhog here. Just saying. And I got a bunch of them burrowed into the ground around here. They ain't showing no tracks, nothing.
We are trained to fight.
I'm probably going to call it too. I feel like I could use a nap. Thanks for having me up here, Bonnie.
I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to close it up because I'm supposed to get up early so we can go to San Antonio. Yeehaw.
Yeah.
Don't look
I know
forward.
Ted Nugent recorded some good music there in the 70s.
Well, at least I know we can go the back roads to get there. Not have to
All
worry
right.
about
Hey, I love you all, whether you like it or not, and I'll see you somewhere soon. Good night, everybody.
you. Be safe and stay warm, Carl.
Later, Carl.
That takes the fun out of it, Bonnie. Thank you.
All right, y'all. I'm going to close it up. Thank you all for coming in, sharing your stories. Even Gmo. Y'all have a good night. God bless you. Stay safe and warm. Watch the weather.
Good night, everyone.
Night, y'all.